Oh, no, 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 no. Hello, chat. What can I do for you guys? Maybe it wouldn't be such a loner if we streamed on time. Oh. There's incredibly harsh feedback. God. Whatever. Why is everyone asking for drama now? Why? I don't think I covered drama for like 2 days. And now you guys are like, what the fuck? Little bastards. That's what you guys are. Don't become a drama streamer. I'm gonna stream whatever the fuck I want, actually. I don't know. There might be like 1 or 2 drama things, and then you guys are just freaking out, like, oh my god, he's becoming a drama streamer. I can't believe this. Like, come on. I'm a streamer. That means I stream things. I'm a smarmy drama streamer bastard. Okay? Stephen Crowder on Pierce Morgan today. No way. What to talk about? What? His wife or his abuse or about Israel? Let me see. I didn't know about this. Whew. Talk about Darius W. I don't know anything about Darius. Let me see. Stephen Crowder. He actually went on Pierce Morgan, did a full interview. What did they talk about? Did Pierce ask him about did Pierce ask him about his abuse? Because that's the only thing I want to see. And I know Stephen Crowder probably has an entire pre-prepared dialogue tree to deal with it, but still, God. Free speech and Alex Jones, that's cringe. I don't give a fuck. That's boring. Why would I watch that? Why is the painting under Strike Now poster wonky and not straight? Oh, that one. That's not straight because someone probably paid me to squint it. There was a whole arc where people from the chat would donate different fucking amounts for different levels of unstraightening the picture. What's the fucking word? Twisting. I don't even know. Oh yeah, you started it. Well, there you go. That was a good arc. It was a really good arc. Chelsea are the smallest club in London, I'm afraid. Are they? I didn't know that. I thought there'd be smaller clubs, like West Ham or some shit. Yeah, basically people were paying to make it uneven, and then people were paying more to straighten it back. But I charge a hefty fee, so the person who got it twisted that much, I don't know, probably paid a good $20 for it. Because it's visible. Alright, okay. What I want to see is, you're easily at $100 requirement now, big stream man. What, to do anything to it? How much of a donor to tilt the bookcase? Probably like $1,000. Well, the maximum donor is $500. So for $500, I could just pull it and put something underneath it. That's probably fair. But that's usually what we play. You guys say that's capitalism, but I'm actually a self-employed person redistributing wealth from the capitalist market to my busking career. That's what I am. I'm a busker, okay? I work outside of the... How much to hang this picture behind you? Hmm. How much to hang this picture behind me? Bro, I would. I totally would. I'd have to get it printed and framed. I don't know. A wee printed frame picture of that. How much would that cost me to do? Like £20 for the frame and the printing? Maybe 30. So I'd probably charge $300 to get that put behind me. Yeah. Fuck it. Depends how big you want it. I mean, it can't get it that big, right? Because there's not much room. 1,200. Yeah, of course. Yeah. The heights are accurate for sure. They're pretty proportionate. As God intended. Okay, hang on. Where is... I can't believe... I was supposed to send my editor a bit of the... Hey, Stardust, how's it going? I was supposed to send my editor a bit of the Chud Logic... no, the Xanderhall Keffels drama. I'll probably still do an edit of that, but in the meantime, someone else has been milking it. I haven't watched this, but... Chud Logic base... I don't know why you click on something for like a second and it goes all the way to the... I don't know why. Maybe because you skip? Like, I haven't even watched this much of this, but anyway. Basically just mocking Xanderhall for 2 hours and 15 minutes. I want to see what the progress is, okay? And who better to get it from than our correspondent? I have to send a couple of emails, okay? So I'm going to put this on while I'm doing that, all right? I just have to keep on top of that.
What the?
Oh, also, fuck me. My next video essay is completely, I don't know, fuck. It was supposed to be about 1948, right? And I've written a really, really banger introduction to it. That's fine. But I don't know. Because the more I read, the more I want to put into it. So it's just going to be this like enormous project that I'm never going to get done before the end of the year. So I've had to move my next video essay back. And then what I'm going to do instead is I'll try to do an easier one. I think I just want to do bad history takes on Israel-Palestine. Because there are loads of just of like bad pro-Israel takes. I think I can just do like a collection of like 3 to 5 of them, right? I could do one about Netanyahu's Holocaust claim. That's a really good one. It's a good banger to talk about. I could do a couple of Ben Shapiro takes on just pre-48 history, like his biblical references, his sources, or this myth. Do you know? Oh fuck! Do you guys know the Greater Israel myth? I'm sorry. Hang on. This is one I don't think I've spoken about before. What are the good pro-Israel takes exactly? What do you mean good pro-Israel? Oh, Donovan, hi, how's it going? Have you heard of let me see. Oh, it's this. The Grand Mufti architected the Holocaust. I mean, he didn't, but that's definitely one of the myths that Netanyahu likes to push. So this is it. You'll hear this from Ben Shapiro. He has this idea that, and I didn't even know how common this thing was. It's the myth of Greater Israel, which is this idea that people, because these borders were decided in what was called the British Mandate for Palestine. It was called the British Mandate for Palestine, but you can see here, a big chunk of this is not Palestine, right? It's Jordan. But because this is called the British Mandate for Palestine, there's this like right-wing interpretation of that, which leads people to believe that the Balfour Declaration promised a Jewish national home in Palestine, i.e., in all of this, right? And then that's why I think Ben Shapiro even says that he thinks that it would have been just to give the Jews all of this and the Arabs all of this because it wasn't giving them all of Palestine, right? Because the Balfour Declaration says they get part of Palestine, but not all of it. That was like that was something that they reiterated many times during the peace talks in Paris and shit like that. But yeah, this is a complete myth. It's just because it's called the British Mandate for Palestine, but in the text of the British Mandate for Palestine, this is Palestine and this is Transjordan. Like Jordan was always, as part of the drawing of these borders, Transjordan was never part of the Balfour Declaration. The Balfour Declaration is just never included. It was always within here. So yeah, it's stupid. But yeah, I was reading a little bit about just how this mandate came about. Do you know one of the reasons that if you look at older maps, what would it be? The Ottoman Empire districts, I think. Depending on which of these maps you look at, what was considered let me see. Trying to look for the one that has the names of the districts. Is it here? This is roughly it, I guess. It doesn't give you the whole thing, though. That's annoying. But basically, the way that the Ottomans drew up these maps, originally, what was considered like Palestine or that area didn't actually include the Negev Desert. There's a big part here that wasn't included originally in what was considered for Palestine. The only reason the Negev Desert got added to Palestine was because the Zionists pushed for it. The Arabs were completely excluded from these talks and like the Paris peace talks and when they were deciding these borders. The Arabs were fucked off out of it completely. It was the Zionists who pushed pressure on the peace accords in, I think it was 1919. And it was actually them who were pressuring to get the Negev into Palestine because they wanted access to the Red Sea. That's why. And I think in 1922 and 24, was it 22, 25? It was twice in the 1920s when King Abdullah tried to claim the Negev for Jordan because he wanted the Red Sea. But yeah, he got rejected twice. But yeah, so just like a little fun thing about how they were drawing these borders. But yeah, I might look into the Ben Shapiro thing because that Greater Israel thing is like, I guess it's still something that like wankers talk about. Yeah. So yeah, I'll probably look into that. I also want to do Traveling Israel because it takes a while to debunk him. That's probably why I haven't seen anyone in our space really do it. Have they? I don't think any of the left-wing channels have gone after him. But this is why. See, it's because this is called the British Mandate for Palestine. And people think that some people interpreted the title of this mandate as this all counting as the part of Palestine that was offered in the Balfour Declaration, right? So that's why it made some people feel like they were justified to just take all of this. Like, yeah, the revisionists. Hassan reacted, did not debunk. Okay, well, I'll probably go after him because he's a really good example of someone who knows a lot of things. He knows a lot. It's just that a lot of it's not true. Like, yeah. And he goes into fine details about stuff like Deir Yassin and shit. So it'd be really good to have a little response and a takedown of that because he says some fucking mad shit. But yeah. It's kind of what I've been reading about recently. It's just all the details of how the British Mandate was decided and who was involved. Anyway, I need to answer this fucking email and see if... Who? Traveling Israel. He's like a new up-and-coming YouTube channel who debunks... who does like debunk videos of pro-Palestine talking points. I mean, if you look around hard enough, you can find pro-Palestine videos that get the history wrong and all that shit. But he's like, he basically will take a thing. He'll take videos where there is some disinformation that you can correct, but then he just goes way too far the other way, and just like he'll debunk one bad point from the pro-Palestine side, and then he'll like throw in 3 shit points from the pro-Israel side. So yeah, he's a good one to cover. Did you see that Benny Boy talk with Tiny? It was decent. Yeah, so yeah, he's an Israeli tour guide. Yeah, yeah, he actually is. Yeah, his website's weird as fuck. I think America defeating the Houthis would be bad for negotiations. It would show America can get what it wants with violence. I don't know what negotiate. Oh yeah, because you're taking that clip that went around Twitter. People saying that the problem is America can get it what it wants with violence. If America wants the Houthis to stop fucking around in the Red Sea, they can get it, right? The problem with Palestinians believing that they can get what they want with violence is the fact that they can't, right? Like that's why Hamas tried and they failed. You fucking retard. But keep on going though. Keep swinging. Keep going. Like I know you just like you like. You like it when Arabs die. That's it. You want to push this idea that Palestinians can reclaim everything from the river to the sea by force, which is great for you to say from the comforts of behind your fucking keyboard stalking me and my comment sections. But at the end of the day, right, you're not the one on the battlefield trying to make that happen, failing, dying, running back into the tunnels, and then a bunch of fucking civilians dying when Israel counterattacks. But yeah, it's easy for you to say. Jesus Christ. You think Ukraine should retake Crimea? If they can, yeah. If they can't, no. It's a pretty simple argument. Jesus Christ. Earlier in the war, it seemed like they could. It seemed quite possible because they were pushing back quite hard. Now, I don't know. It's been nearly 10 years. Counteroffensive's fucked. Oh. Easy for you to say, bro. Well, the Ukrainians most of them want to, and they can. It's a bit different. But I have no problem being consistent. I even said I said like 2 months into the war. Not that you paid any attention. I said like 2 months into the war. It's probably the case, more likely, that Crimea will have to go at some point. How that happens, I don't know. It's typically not advised to reward acts of aggression by recognizing states, because once it's recognized, that's it. It's done. There's no going back, right? But, you know. Do you think Iran and Russia should help Palestinians so they can get more land back? I mean, that's what they are doing. They are doing, and they're failing. It's a lost cause. I don't know why you can't accept this. Like fucking Iran, fucking Russia with their dusty little shitty rockets. This is like, yeah, we're watching what you want happen, what you think is based, and it's a fucking failure. And 20,000 Palestinians are dying because of it. Yeah, that's it. We've just seen your strategy in action. I don't know why you're still advocating for it. Anyway, I don't know if you got your mic to work, Donovan, but you can come in again if you want, rather than just asking the most fucking brain-dead rhetorical questions for the fucking 20th time in my chat. We need a coalition to beat the United States. I mean, I don't even... Well, good luck with that, bub. All right.
Yes, I'm a slanderholic. Yes, I'm a slanderholic.
Uh-oh.
Oh, dude, I'm cringing super hard. Is blood loss a sign of AIDS? I guess is the thing that I'm kind of interested to know. This is why Xander Hall is a woke scold, and all his chat about how crazy the other lefties are apply equally to him as well. What the f*** is going on with Xander?
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? It's selective woke scolding. It's people who are woke scolds when it suits them, and edgelords when it suits them, you know? Oh, we're not adding him to the list, are we? We're not adding him to the list. of woke skulls trapped in the bodies of Vosh fans. Oh no. All right, hang on. I need to send a fucking email. Shit. All right, hang on.
Xanderhall, man. Look at him here, dude.
Suck my inverted penis, you f***ing degenerate scum. Okay, let's go back.
Xanderhall is absolutely hands down one of the worst people for this. To do this little ratty, you know, it's funny. He kind of looks like a rat.
Sounds like Chamberlain here wants to appease the Israeli and American regime. No, you completely misunderstand me. I'm sorry. Maybe I haven't been clear enough. I prefer American and European hegemony to what Russian or Iranian hegemony would be. Yeah, that's it. I prefer it. Okay. I like voting. I like gay rights. I like women's rights. I like trans rights as much as we can get them. I don't think we're getting them from Russia or Iran or China. No, sorry.
Loner box. You smart.
I like it that you have the right to be a fucking retard in my chat without the state clamping down on you and pushing you to do something useful for society. I actually like it that you can just sit there in your pants in my chat, like leaving retarded comments on every other fucking YouTuber who disagrees with you, or spamming this chat, which you will do for the next 2 hours because you have nothing else to do with your life. I like it that you live in a country where they allow you to do that on your fucking, like, for time immemorial. Okay.
I'm assuming you guys all know who all these people are. I'm guessing so. Xanderhall, Keffels, who else is involved? Well, they're not really involved. I don't know if I've got much to say about their involvement. President Sunday has just been sat at the sidelines chucking rocks at Xanderhall, which is pretty funny. Basically, Xanderhall is like a lefty content creator, okay? He kind of spun out of like Vosh's community. He actually started making content first, but then Vosh came along and, you know, soaked up a bunch of fucking lefties into his fucking remit. Vosh got a big straw, like fucking Badland Chugs, slurped up all the lefty audience. So now he's got this kind of orbit around him. And that includes people like Xanderhall. I think all the Keffels in her own right has got some audience. Like, she's also part of that sphere. Obviously, Demon Mama as well. But yeah, Xanderhall is basically like just this lefty content creator who is a bread tube kind of esque person. And it's funny because I've got like a bit of history with Xanderhall. I used to be really nice to him because I'm a nice guy. And he just progressively became more and more cringe. I don't know.
Cringe? Oh no.
And it sort of came to a head when I brought him onto stream and we talked about his ex. And I was very kind to him. I was very, very nice to him in that conversation. But there was a couple of points where I just was like, you know, brought up some issues I guess I had with what was happening. And he kind of reacted fairly badly to it. And then, you know, afterwards, it's all been kind of twisted round and it's acting like I was having a go at him for his ex being abusive and stuff like that. Because that's the kind of guy that Xanderhall is. Anyway, if you want to watch the kind of ins and outs of my history of Xanderhall, by all means, there's videos on my channel about it, right? And the thing is with Xanderhall is he looks very good to some lefties when he's calling out the woke scolds, right? So he talks about the woke scolds and how the left have gone insane and, you know, they do this like purity testing, they're virtue signalers and all this other stuff, right? So when you've got some like soy lefty freak that just says insane shit, it's obviously very easy to look good against that. But when Xanderhall runs up against people who aren't with that dynamic necessarily, he just ends up looking terrible because he is just basically Xanderhall is a kind of pathetic wretch. Okay, he's a very pathetic wretch, and the funny thing about him is he is just as much of a woke scold as the people he criticizes. Ooh. He's exactly the same as them. He's exactly the same as the woke scolds that he tries to criticize. You know, he's got that same kind of sensitivity about him. You know, he acts like he's calling out the woke skulls and he's having a go at the left that have gone crazy, but he's exactly the same. The latest drama. Yes, I'm a slanderholic. Yes, I'm a slanderholic. That is correct. That is what I am now. Okay, I am a slanderholic, right?
Okay, one email done.
Xander is pathetic. He tries to act like he's calling out the left and he calls out the woke scolds, but he's a woke scold himself. It's pathetic. It's absolutely miserable.
Sorry, just one more thing, just before we move on. Just a warning for everyone trying to engage. This Donovan person is a troll, okay? They are shallow, retarded, 30 IQ. They're probably talking to you with their tongue hanging out of their mouth and like half a piece of brain dangling out of their ears and little brain juice dripping out onto their shoulder. They're like really fucking stupid. Like all they will do is they will repeat a few fucking stock phrases about how imperialism bad. And if they're asked a question that they don't want to answer, or if they're backed into a corner, they will just ask you a fucking recycled one of their 20 recyclable rhetorical questions. Like just don't bother. It's fine. I mean, you can if you want, but just so you're warned, all right? Okay, I'm leaving anyway.
Display whenever I look at whatever shit he's doing. And the thing is, he tends to look like that when he goes against people, you know, like Seanhead. Like I think with Seanhead, he demonstrated that he was, you know, a bit of a work scored himself. Even more so now, I think, with the Keffel stuff, because he disassociated from Seanhead over the Balenciaga drama, right? Now he doesn't like Keffels, and he's burning the bridge with Keffels because Keffels apparently has got like a positive relationship with Seanhead.
Oh, Twitch chat needs to go up. Whoops.
Like that's purity testing. That's exactly the same kind of purity testing that he normally would be against. So it's just funny to see that the things that he is like directly critical of, he is now engaging in himself, you know? It's guilt by association. Oh, you're friendly with the person that I don't like. Well, I can't be friends with you anymore. Now, I've got some good news. I finally managed to set up an alt account on Twitter so I can actually have a little look and see what's been going on behind some of these blocks now, which is good, because Xander has had me blocked.
Is this a China supporting stream now? Are we just ignoring how they bully every Southeast Asian country for maritime territory on the daily? What, me? Are you asking me if I'm a China supporting stream now? I don't recall. Unless you're talking to one of my chatters, but I don't know why you'd ask me with my stream. And personally, I do not endorse the 9- line. I think it's it's a bit excessive, you know.
Blocked on Twitter for a long time, so we'll have a look at that as well. But yeah,
the kind of imperialism I like is when these countries like elect democratic representatives, and those representatives want to deal with like Europe and the United States instead of Russia, and then people call it imperialism. I like that kind of imperialism. It's really sneaky, you know.
No, Xander is, and he's got like, you see it time and time again. When you're watching from the sidelines, you can really clearly see his strategy and what he tries to do, okay? Every couple of months,
hey, Duke, thanks for the 100 months,
what happens is, it seems like maybe he's got like, you know, a need to generate some content. So he finds some drama to stoke. He goes and stokes the drama, makes content about it, and then moves on. That's his whole kind of shtick that I've noticed. And he does it time and time and time again. Because the thing is with this particular drama, say what you want about Kef.
YOLO Swag, thanks for the $4.99. This chatter really sounds like a J-Dam. Ooh. Why didn't I think of that? Okay.
I personally am not like a Keffels fan. I don't really like Keffels. But Keffels hasn't really done anything wrong in this particular drama. All they were doing is just doing their normal thing and being friendly with Seanhead. And Xander Hall took issue with that. So he's stoked up all this drama about it and created all this drama out of nothing. And now it's blown up into this big story that everyone's talking about. And the funny thing about it, you're exactly right, new guy. Seanhead hasn't really done anything wrong. Like, you can dislike her politics, you can disagree with her takes, you can think that she went too far with the Balenciaga stuff, whatever you want to say. But this idea, the fundamental argument that Xander Hall makes, the reason he doesn't like Seanhead is because Seanhead tried to pedo jacket Xander Hall. is based on a foundation of like bullshit and lies. Siobhan Head never did that. Yeah. Siobhan Head never called Zanderhall a pedo. I think the worst thing that Siobhan Head did is say that because Zanderhall didn't have a strong stance on the Balenciaga
Useful
stuff,
idiot.
That it was like pedo enabling or something like that. Like that's the harshest thing I think that Shu said about it. But Shu never called Zanderhall a pedo, a groomer, nothing. She never like explicitly said anything about Zanderhall to that level. Even if she directly called him a nonce, I still think she did nothing wrong.
Oh God.
He is always the victim. That is absolutely true. He always wants to paint himself as the victim. And it's so funny. Like, there's so many strategies that he uses that you see him do time and time and time again. Okay?
Sil Cooper, thanks for the tier 2 sub.
One example of this is that he will act like you criticizing him about something is actually targeting something else that he thinks he can solicit like sympathy for, right? So take, for example, his ex, Lani. His ex, Lani, was, by all accounts, a kind of weirdo, abusive kind of person, right? I think that that's fairly obvious. Like, she was stealing from him. She was, like, caught on drug charges and stuff like that. You know, she was, like, a shitty person from the sounds of it, right? But what happens is, you will criticize some aspect of him that is kind of tangentially related to that. So, for example, you might say of him, he had bad finances in that time, which is true. He did have bad finances. He was running his fucking money out of a PayPal account. Terrible financial planning, right? But what he'll do is he'll twist that, and you will say about him, he's got bad financial planning, and he'll twist it round to say, oh, you're having a go at me because of my abusive ex. I had an abusive ex. What are you talking about? Do you know what I mean? He will pivot it around to make it so it's more sympathetic towards him, to try and avoid or divert away from the fundamental criticism that's actually being made, which has nothing really to do with Lani. You're just saying you're bad at managing your finances, which is true. But
bro, this is insane. I don't know how Twitch chat is more busy than YouTube chat just because of one dipshit. Like, oh God, one self-flagellating American. It turns out this Donovan guy's American. Of course he is. Oh God. Yeah, there's like 10 times as many people in YouTube chat than there are in Twitch chat. And YouTube chat is just getting fucking cucked by Twitch. There we go.
Pivot it around to make it some victim talking point so we can say, oh, you're having a go at me for having an abusive ex. That's not really right. It's constant with him. He does it again and again and again. And you see it all the time. Also, he's got this kind of element which I think is demonstrated. And listen, I've not had a chance to look through his entirety of his tweets about this, and there's quite a lot of them, right? Okay. But this other thing that he does too is he'll stoke drama, and then when the drama's blowing up, he'll kind of go back and be like, guys, what are you talking about this for? Isn't there more important things going on? Which is best exemplified by this little tweet that I found on a quick scan.
Uh-oh. Oh no.
Keffals is apparently doing her 4th stream about me, not wanting to be friends with her.
Remember the Holodomor?
She's like Taylor Swift without the good music.
Third Fig, thanks for the sub.
I'll be covering Texas' new abortion ruling today on stream. That. So he's trying to act like he's above it all. And oh, you're still talking about that. I'm talking about important things over here. When he started all this...
Envy, thanks for the sub.
He's the one that started all of this. He's the one that instigated all this. He's the one that messaged Keffals about being friends with Siobhan Head and then decided to put a tweet out about...
What do you call that? What do you call that when someone like stirs you up? Like they stir some shit up and then you respond and they're like, whoa, 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 whoa. Come on now. Why are you being so... What is that? I need a word for that because it's horror... Oh, that behavior. Ooh, cry bully. Is this cry bullying though? It's something else. It's not cry bullying because he's saying like, oh, Keffals is so drama obsessed. Why can't she talk about something even though he started? Why? What the fuck is that? Is it crazy making? Is that what that is? It's just a prank, bro. Oh God. It's not cry bullying because cry bullying's more like they hit back and then you act like you've just been like victimized, right? But this isn't. He's not playing a victim here. He's just saying. He's just being like, God, Keffals is so drama obsessed. I can't believe she's into like what's that? Fuck. Is it crazy making? I always, for some reason, and I could have just made this up in my head or just misremembered something someone told me. I thought crazy making was when someone will just like subtly do all the like a bunch of things to set some to like get a reaction out of you. And then once you react, they're like, whoa, what you're being really, whoa, why are you so angry? Like, it's okay. Gaslight, is that what he's doing? Is he gaslighting? Okay. Okay. I don't know. Whatever, dude.
About it. It's unreal how much this guy will stoke drama and then take a step back and go, guys, why are you so concerned about drama? Isn't there more important things going on in the world?
And it's...
Kevlar's has been cutting quite a few, I think they've done quite a few streams about it. This is the latest video. I did watch a little bit of this, okay? It's not pre-watched, though.
Is it sea lioning? I don't know.
Anyway, I'm guessing they're going to give you a summary of what happened previous to this.
Previously on Keffel's Live.
I was willing to raise money for him for a legal defense when he was going through all of the stuff with Sasha, and he decided to burn the bridge with me because I associated with Shoe on Head. Okay, you know what? Actually, yes, I will talk with you if Tipster is available to mediate the conversation.
This is what we watched the other day. We didn't watch all of it, though.
I'm not doing a one-on-one.
This is something else, isn't it?
So, yeah, I don't know how to approach
that
it.
thing kept on getting repeated, but the only...
That's me!
The take that...
Oh, yeah, that's another thing as well, guys. Somehow Lonerbox got involved in this.
How did I get involved?
Somehow, out of nowhere, Lonerbox appears, and he was fucking getting involved in this. He's everywhere. He's literally everywhere you turn. You can't avoid him.
Like, is that what I'm doing? Pedo jacketed is like some tweets that don't really show it happening. So yeah, I just got really confused by that. And I maybe did see some pedo accusations or like just like shitposty pedo accusations going through in the other way. So. I'm a social butterfly. What can I say? You know, I think it suits me the best. I don't like getting too close to people. I don't like people, but I like gatherings. I'm like that kind of person, you know?
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, it's called inserting yourself. But no, I'm not like. Usually, there's a good enough connection, you know. I feel like some input was needed in this drama because the facts were not adding up, and I was like, you know what? When facts don't add up, I'm like, I need to get in. I need to sort this out. I need to demand proof and receipts when I. And I need to both sides of the issue so that no one feels like they're getting bullied. And also that the chats of either person get really angry that I'm both siding what they consider to be an obvious situation. Black and white. I don't know, I just feel like there was a bit of a facts deficiency in these pedo jacketing allegations that have been going on for a year. They've been going on for a year, man. Pedo jacketing. Oh shit.
I think Zan's being a bit...
I talked to Tipster after all of that happened, and Tipster said that it seemed like Zan really was basically already set, and nothing Tipster could say could make Zan choose not to burn this.
Once Keffel said, I don't think you have any real friends, to me, I was pretty sure that the conversation was not going to go anywhere.
I never wanted to fight Sanderhall. Okay, this is what I was talking.
It's not both siding. You just didn't seem to know anything and just randomly said something to be involved. That's the dumbest thing I've ever... I investigated the pedo jacketing claims, found out there was nothing there, and by the end of it, you know what? I guarantee you I knew more about the pedo jacketing. The true origins of the pedo jacketing. I knew more about that than anyone in Xanderhall's community seems to, because they were like, one of them was in his subreddit being like, wait, I saw this from Lonerbox POV and something's not adding up here at all. Ooh. Oh, God. I don't know what you're smoking. Shit.
Talking about. So someone posted this.
Yeah, I got to be honest with you. That edit wasn't very good. It didn't really explain what had happened. Anyway, hopefully my summary makes sense for you. Hopefully my summary makes sense for you.
This clip, Xander Hall should hold himself to his own standards. And holy shit. When I saw this, I got so frustrated.
Oh.
Now, someone that I debated years and years ago, maybe back in 2020, possibly, might have been back in 2019, I don't exactly remember, on Augie RFC and Bo Black's and Nicholas Diorio's live stream was Willie Mack Show. I debated him on the topic of, like, radicalization and what have you, and a lot of good memes came out of it. I think the consensus is that I kind of won that debate, and Willie Mack Show maybe didn't do the best. However, I like...
Oh, God. Right. I'm just cringing thinking about what that debate must sound like. I debated Willie Mack Show. God, it's so cringe, dude. Bear in mind... Oh, my God. Okay. Now, I need to play this clip. This is classic.
I was there at the time when that whole shit went down at Lorna Box, and the whole situation was definitely more than just shit posting, non-serious pedo jacketing, maybe. That's amazing. Can you please be the first person of so many who I've asked about this to show me where, in fact, the pedo jacketing did occur? Rather than just saying maybe you do, and I want to see it. I'm just saying that I haven't seen it. And I feel like this evidence should be provided because I have not seen it provided. You were there at the time? That's great. I believe you. But I can't sell your word to this audience, okay? I'm a salesman, okay? But I can't sell shit. I can't just sell nothing. I need to sell something. Okay.
Classic. This is a classic Xander Hall moment. Oh my God. Oh, bro. Look at these videos, man. I successfully infiltrated the drama community. Oh, dude, I'm cringing super hard. How I pissed off Keemstar and the drama commentary community with politics. Dude, wait.
So,
do you have time to watch the whole reaction of either Vosh or Demon Mama to Shu's weird response? I saw the Vosh reaction. I didn't see anything in there that... I saw Vosh's opinion, which might be different from mine, even though I think Vosh himself said that the Balenciaga shit was weird. Them putting that fucking kid on that couch with that bear in the harness was pretty weird. I don't know. Anyway. Again, if either of those reactions have the smoking gun, where she was just like pulls out the jacket and throws it on someone, then that would be fine. Yeah.
Okay, that's a bad. Look at how much different he looks, bro.
You tried prime subbing and errored. I don't know if I can fix that on my end.
He looks so much better here. When is this from? 2020. Dude, he looks so...
Why are we watching chat? Because I'm supposed to be doing emails. And I'm just having some... I just want to be entertained while I'm doing it. I read both chats.
Gollum versus Smeagol.
Uh-oh.
Dude, what happened to him? He looks so much better here. The Slanderholics have gotten to you. I'm not even being mean, am I? I think I'm being fairly reasonable. I thought I was being fairly reasonable here.
Vosh said it was weird, but he did call out why what Shu did in her response video was unhinged with the whole added context. You can disagree, but I'd call what Shu did there definitely more sinister than shitposting. Now, if I remember correctly, Vosh said it was weird and then called out something, if I remember correctly, that Shu didn't actually do. I don't recall Vosh having to go at Shu for pedo jacketing anyone. I thought he just said it was irresponsible to talk about pedo kink stuff in a time and around tweets or in the replies of tweets of people who are using it to attack LGBT people who have nothing to do with kink, right? Like, I've no like inherent connection to kink. So I thought that's what he said, but then I didn't see any evidence though that she was going mad on the pedo shit. That's what I didn't see. So that's my memory of that reaction, unless you can show me something different from it. Anyway, shit.
He just looks rough.
Damn.
Goon paper. He just looks like a normal guy here. He's got long COVID. Okay, this is a factual statement. Statement.
Uh-oh.
Xander Hall has been ravaged by long COVID and AIDS. Okay? Bro,
Oh,
I need listen.
God.
I need to remember that I am merely a tourist in this. There's other people who've gone a lot deeper than me. The Slanderholic episode.
Oh my God. To be fair, I'm a tourist as well. That's a better. Only I'm the kind of tourist who gets in with the culture, you know, that's why I went on Keffel's stream. I'm the kind of tourist who, you know, befriends the locals and does things that are not like on the brochures. Chud's just out here taking pictures of the fucking Eiffel Tower.
Substantive critique, lolcow cringe content, e-begging grifting, fail son lazy moments. Queeman leaked it to me. The links at the guys, listen, okay? It's called A-log. A-log situation. Where's the commentary community? Is it in here? Wait, what's this? Oh, this is the video we were just talking about.
Chat.
Oh yeah, he dyed his hair platinum blonde. Anyway, look, listen, okay. We're getting too fucking sidetracked here, okay? We don't need to go over Xander Hall's every single embarrassing moment that he's ever done.
What was it Noah Samson called him? Deep fried M&M. That's funny. For some reason, I don't know why. I think it's because I know one or two people who like Noah Samson videos. So every now and then I'm like, oh, okay, I'll give him a chance. And I don't care for his arguments or the way he presents his thoughts or whatever. Like, but he is funny. He got some zingers. He's a funny guy. Deep fried M&M.
Come on now, have some respect.
Oh, no.
Have some respect here. Anyway, the basic point I was trying to make was that he wanted to try and infiltrate the commentary community, and he spoke about it on stream. And it was very Machiavellian. He was like, yes, well, I'm going to infiltrate the commentary community and I'm going to make it leftist. And it's like obviously that's just pathetic and cringe. And people in the commentary community are going to look at that and just think you're fucking lame. Anyway, come on. let's try and stay on track a little bit, okay?
The guy. Since then, his takes on politics have gotten far better. He has made...
So it's important to note that who Xanderhall is talking about is a YouTuber who has made multiple hit pieces about me. Who made a 200,000 view video called Keffels is Unironically Evil. Who paid for access to my Patreon to clip a patron-only live stream for his hit piece video.
Okay, so obviously that's based, okay? Obviously that's absolutely fucking based from Willie Mac Show. I know people are going to be like, yeah, who cares? Fuck you, Keffels, right? Here's the thing. You need to look at it from the perspective of Xanderhall's brain, okay? Don't look at it from your perspective, which is going to be, well, yeah, you were doing shitty, shady things. Of course you're going to get criticized, okay? Think about Xanderhall's perspective on this. So Xanderhall is insisting, you know, he is saying that he's not willing to be friends with Keffels anymore because she's friendly with Shoe on Head. But yet when the shoe's on the other foot, he's happy to be on good terms with people who have like shit on Keffels in the other direction. That's the point that's being made here, right? You need to put aside your own views on Keffels just for a moment in order to understand where this criticism is coming from, right? You're like, two things can be true. Keffels can be a shitty person that's done stuff that was well worthy of criticism, that's been fairly criticized by Willie Mac. And also Xanderhall can be a completely inconsistent fuckwit who, on the one hand, will demand that you cut ties with people.
The title of this video, by the way, sorry, just to remind anyone or anyone who's coming in fresh, basically just mocking Xanderhall for 2 hours and 15 minutes. It does seem like it's going in that direction. Okay, shit, I need to be disciplined. Fuck me.
In the other direction. Okay? That's the point here.
And Xan is like, I like the guy. Xan is willing to say that about someone who's been a piece of shit to me, but Xan will burn the bridge over me being nice to Shoe on Head. It's just not consistent whatsoever.
Countless videos at this point that I have significantly enjoyed that are tangential or directly related to the landscape of online politics, and I must say I am quite impressed with them. And me and him are chill as well. Like, we don't have any bad blood between us as far as I know, so me and him are chill. And
Chud, did you cover the chill goblin thing? I know exactly what you're talking about. That's so funny. Yeah, oh my god. God, this is... Dude, there's so many... There's rabbit holes on top of rabbit holes here. There's rabbit holes on top of rabbit holes here, right? Oh, man. That's in relation to the Sophie from Mars drama. There was a guy called We're From Hell who was a bread tuber a little while ago. Okay, who was a bread tuber a little while ago. They had allegations come out against them, and they got cancelled by someone called Marina, who's this, like, OnlyFans whore lefty person, right?
Jesus.
We're From Hell had a podcast with a guy called, the Goblin, Chill Goblin, called The Goat and the Goblin, right? So obviously this Goblin guy, I think, was a bit perturbed about the fact his mate was getting cancelled and tried to take some steps to try and mediate and deal with it, right? Contacting this Marina person directly, this person that made the allegation, right? Now, this Goblin guy is getting a load of shit because this Marina person has come out with these claims about the Goblin dude. Bro, it's fucking nuts.
God damn it, Chud. Holy fuck. OnlyFans comment threw me off the fuck. It's not surprising to me, it's just... I guess it always is a little bit. It comes out of nowhere like that. Fuck. Ooh. Do I have to disavow? Oh yeah, disavow. I mean, when you say disavow, it sounds like you endorse it. You just want to look like you don't. No, it's just... You forget that Chud is actually low-key misogynistic. Ah! Yeah, it seems that way. I don't know. Fuck. Jesus. It just came out of nowhere, bro. What the fuck? Oh, well.
Lonerbox, I think, delved into it a bit. I've got to be honest with you. I covered the Sophie from Mars stuff, but there's with the lefty stuff, you'll go down a little bit and you'll be like, oh, what's all this? And then there's about fucking 5 different.
He's not wrong though. I don't know if I want to make this argument. I feel like it's quite obvious, but to some people it just isn't. Maybe before we go into the word whore. Before we go into that word, you ever heard me try to present the take that bitch is like a slur, right? It's a misogynistic slur. And all the arguments that people make against it being a misogynistic slur are kind of just coping their knobs off. Like, people will say, you can call a man a bitch as well, which again is like, or, well, maybe not that one to start with, but people will say things like, it's not the women, it's not women you're targeting when you say bitch, it's like the behavior, right? And it's like, what, so if a white guy calls like black people the fucking N-word because it's like the Chris Rock thing, there are 2 kinds of black people, the black people and the N-words are the ones we don't like. Like, that's not really, nah. That doesn't really fly. The idea that you can use it on men as well, I mean, again, like, people who are not part of a particular racial group will still apply like certain racial slurs to each other sometimes. Yeah, it's a word that has special weight when you say it to women. That's why people do it, right? Yeah. Even when people call men bitches because they're calling them feminine, right? Like, yeah, it's still a derogatory slight against women. It's like, I don't know. I exclusively use bitch on men. Yeah, like when... Well, like when fucking Karantos calls like white people the N-word, I don't know, yeah. It is, yeah, bitch is a misogynistic slur. It is. And whore kind of is as well, because even though, again, they're saying it needs to be added to it needs to be tied to a fucking, what'd you call it? A behavior. But again, people say that about slurs as well. Like, didn't we have this whole thing about gusano? Like, didn't we have the whole thing about how it's probably better not to attack immutable characteristics? I don't know. I feel like that's the argument that we make generally, and that's the argument that I've heard. I've heard Chud say that about fucking cracker. You know, the thing you eat. That word. Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's like you can, like, if you want to say it, like if it's just a slur that you like or a slur that you think isn't that bad, yeah, go for it. But yeah, it is a slur. That's what it is. Yeah. Or if you think it's a slur that shouldn't be a slur, like how online there's this kind of cold war over the word retarded and whether or not it's an ableist slur, or if it's like it came from the same category as idiot and imbecile, and these words are not really slurs anymore, they're just universal. But yeah, I don't know. Because I know in the UK, we have other words that are very universally used to attack disabled people, right? Like the SPAZ, like that word, right? Like, or even like spastic, like that word is kind of used in the UK basically always against disabled people. Whereas the word retarded seems to just be people use it on fucking for anything. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, and like you're saying in chat, Duke Luffy, you're saying like mongoloid, right? But again, that word is, I think in America, that is considered still a slur, right? But in Scotland, people say the shortened like MON, like Mongo. People say that in Scotland, and people just use that word for fucking anything, like again, for broadly, like in a way that's not directed at disabled people. So I don't know. Yeah, but I'm just. What about cigarettes? Oh, that is a slur. Of course that's a slur. Yeah. That's why only queer people say it. We Americans will stop saying spaz when you bongers stop saying cunt. Yeah, it's a thing as well. Cunt is like, it's a far less of a swear word in Scotland than it is in America. Because you can call someone a cunt when you like them in Scotland. Like, but in America, you guys freak out. I feel like cunt is the word that only comes out when you're really angry with someone. I don't know. Shit. Anyway, but that's my opinion. I think bitch and whore are misogynistic slurs. I don't know. That's just how I feel. Yeah. Cunt is the ultimate misogynistic slur in the US. See, I didn't know that. I thought it was just a word that you used when you really didn't like someone. Anyway. Oh yeah, because wait, did oh god, I know Destiny said that Karen was a slur. Did Chud ever say that? It'd be interesting if if there's maybe if there's a contradiction there. Because I know I've seen Chud have a go, like, say that it's probably better not to use words like the C, like the C word for white people, right? I think he said it to the serfs. Yeah, he said it to the serfs. But maybe he enjoys slurs that are more often used by right wingers than ones that are used by left wingers. I don't know. I wonder if I'll question him on it one day. I imagine he'd probably say yes, it is, but I use it anyway, right? And that's like, okay, oh fuck. But okay. Anyway.
Strands of drama that happen because all of them are all fucking cancelling each other and shitting on each other all the time in various ways and various means. And some of these people do not have like a meaningful presence online. So you're kind of left a bit like, well, who are any of these people? Like, most of the people who are looking at you probably got no idea who the fuck they are. So you've got to explain like fucking 5 layers of drama for people to understand what the fuck is going on, who Chill Goblin is, who We're From Hell is, who Marina is. It's crazy.
It's actually We're In
he
Hell.
Has recently
been
going on a
do a struggle session
of some of the best, most concise, well-evidenced, and entertaining critique takedown videos of Hassan that I have seen. Just 2 days ago, he released...
Zan called me a dick rider. If I'm a dick rider for Shu, what is this?
A new video that I unfortunately have not had the opportunity to watch on stream yet, or off stream, called Hassan's Horrible Response and His Radicalized Audience. I believe this is Hassan, in response to Hassan refusing to hear Willie Mac Show's critiques of him. Willie Mac Show does, from what I've heard, a really good job of going over all of the dishonest, awful shit Hassan's been doing, at least lately, in this video, and I'm really...
This is just him.
Okay, I'm getting fed. What am I getting fed here? What is this? That, I believe, is a tampon.
What the fuck?
Woke up at 5 a.m. with my mouth and throat full of blood and realised I had a nosebleed. This isn't a drip. This is a more steady trickle. Like an insane amount. If it doesn't stop soon, I'm going to the hospital because I'm losing way too much blood and I just can't stop it. Is
okay, that's wonderful.
Blood loss a sign of AIDS?
Money off depressed
hey, thank you for the sub, Princess Zelda. Appreciate it. Thank you. Hope you're well.
How can you
hate
blood
loss a sign of AIDS?
You can't really,
I guess
can you?
It's the thing that I'm kind of interested to know. Come on, guys. This is not on. Go to the fucking hospital, dude. Holy fucking shit, that's not okay. I can't afford it, so it's a last resort.
Shit.
I'll cover ER. Go. Good guy Bosch stepping. Good guy Vaush. Good guy Vaush stepping in. Dude, that's nuts.
Sorry, I'm trying not to get distracted by the by Third Fig debating Donovan in the Twitch chat. It's so good. Oh shit.
Thank you. If I end up having to go, I'll gladly accept the help, but I put 2 tampons up my nose, so I want to see if this helps first.
It's pretty creative. I don't know what. That's just resourceful.
Okay.
You know, like an unused tampon, you put it up your nose, right? It's unused before it went up your nose, I would imagine. It's not like tampons when you get them out of the box and they've already been pushed up someone's fanny and covered in blood, right? Like the tampons are like disgusting to people because they're covered in period blood and shit. But I mean, that's just people being weird. People fucking with their minds, you know?
I don't know, man. This just seems very.
Hopefully it was unused.
I had no idea.
Yeah,
I had no
hopefully it was
idea
unused.
this
Yeah,
happened.
okay. Just to qualify that, in case to avoid any confusion. Whew.
I mean, I don't. You know, I can't speak to the American healthcare system, but the idea that you can't go to an ER because you're unable to afford it just seems completely and utterly insane to me. How much would it cost to go to the ER to get like a serious nosebleed looked at? That was that was good of Vosh, eh? Good guy Vosh steps in. 2K. There's lots of varying amounts. Okay, yeah. Well, there we go. Get those tampons out your nose and get to hospitals, Anderhall. Anyway, I think that happened ages ago, didn't it?
Embarrassing, considering everything that has happened. Him saying all of this about Willie Mac, trying to police my relationship with other people.
Damn.
And then absolutely deep-throating someone who has made hit pieces about me.
Ooh.
How is this fair?
Willie Mac show his cringe takes on Keffals? Yes, he does. Yes, he does. He is kind of an enlightened centrist, but his takes on Hassan are really top tier. Also, Hassan has cringe takes on Keffals. You know that Keffals' name is banned in Hassan's chat, and that she's banned in Hassan's chat, Reddit, Discord, and every other part of Hassan's community. Vosh too. Yeah, like Hassan does not like the non-tanky part of the left. If you are not a tanky, Hassan does not like you unless you are willing to consume his content and move to his political positions. He will call you a genocidal American imperialist
Hassan
psycho and ban you from his chat. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm just like completely floored with the hypocrisy here. I should bring Tori on the stream though.
Okay, I don't think we need to know about what Tori's got to say about this, but this might be interesting.
Oh, I made that decision as well.
Tipster.
I watched this. I watched that intro.
You guys know who Tipster is, right?
I don't know who Tipster is.
Tipster was part of the commentary community, and then he became a Keffel stan, basically, is what happened. But Tipster's also somehow involved in this fucking absolute clusterfuck.
Yeah, I guess we'll see.
Okay, so, I hope you're having a good day. I hope you're, like, I know it's a little bit of a rough one, and there's some pretty sad stuff going on, but overall, I think that...
Yep, he's the fat guy in it. I mean, when you're talking about the commentary community, that doesn't really narrow it down that much, does it? Basically, my Tipster... Okay, Tipster...
Who is Tipster? Let me find him.
Is Nicholas de Oreo for gays. That is what he is.
You know, I hope the rest of your day's been going well.
Oh, he's got like a reasonably good YouTube channel. Okay,
I'm just
109k subs, 2.3k videos. Holy shit! He's been at it for a while. How long's he been at it for? 6 years.
Because I feel it might be a little bit.
His thumbnail game was
What's
on
so
top
funny
from the
about
very
this
beginning.
drama for me is it's all so petty.
Shit.
It's all so petty and bullshit. Like, there's nothing to this. It's so stupid. But yet everyone is treating it like it's a fucking UN meeting on, like, peace talks or something. Do you know what I mean? It's like, okay, I brought you in here to talk about this. Bro, you fucking spurged out because Keffals was friendly with someone you don't like. Okay? That's it. That's what's happened here. And you're trying to act like this is a super serious issue, bringing these people in to talk about it. It's also fucking low stakes and stupid. Yes, it's like high school drama. Oh, you like a person that I don't like. But now it's become this kind of like, oh, we need to bring people in to discuss this and talk about it. And this is what I'm talking about with Xanderhal. It's his fucking strategy. Where he stokes up drama, where there is no...
Donovan, if you're talking about... I just wonder, when people like Donovan say that American imperialism is like what, they're funding Israel so that they can mass murder 20,000 people and colonize their land, why does America give money to the Palestinians as well? I think America is like one of the top aid donors to Palestinians. Why?
fucking drama that's happening. There is nothing that's happening. He's made something out of nothing, and now he's making content out of it. But then he also tries to act like he's above it all, and actually he wants to talk about serious topics like fucking abortion in that thing that I showed you. You know? No, bro, you're full of it. You're absolutely full of it. Stay strong, Xanderholics. That ship has sailed. That ship has utterly sailed, I'm afraid to tell you.
To just give my side of the story on my channel without letting someone... Because, like, Keffels allowed me onto her show. She let me explain my side of things. I do feel she was being a little bad faith, to be honest, but despite that, the fact that she allowed me on to speak my...
How was I being bad faith? I've been so charitable to him.
My side of things means that...
To think of bread to concentration camp prisoners. Oh, God. I'm just wondering if they wanted to help Israel murder Palestinians, and like that's what they wanted. They wanted Israel to just colonize all of it. Why did... Why do they give aid money to the West Bank like more than any other country? It's like... Ugh.
I feel it's only fair for me to allow at least the neutral third party that was there to mediate it come in and give their side of things as like at least a, you know, a side thing or a counter.
Okay. I'm not sure how much I can really contribute. I guess the only thing I can really say is, you know, I have a lot of respect for both you and Keffels. You know, back when I decided to leave a very toxic community for, you know, what I thought was best for me. Both.
Oh, he's talking about the commentary community. God, this is... Oh, my God. Basically, Tipster was unhappy.
Okay, I'm getting triggered again. We supplied unlimited advanced weaponry to melt your entire neighborhood, but we gave you some aid money afterwards, so it's all good. Couldn't America say the same thing to Israelis? Like, they gave, because they were giving a lot of aid to Gaza. They were giving, like... Yeah, they were giving aid money to Gaza as well before October 7th. Is it like them saying, oh yeah, and obviously it seems quite feasible that some of that aid money went to Hamas military infrastructure now. At least that's what intelligence is suggesting. So they give Palestinians aid in Gaza. Some of that aid gets stolen by Hamas and used for potentially for October 7th. And then, I don't know, it's just such a shallow understanding of how these conflicts work. Does the US give billions to the West Bank as well? Yeah. How many billions? Well, I don't think they really trust... I don't really know if they want to trust Hamas with weapons because... Oh, God. I can't imagine why they wouldn't trust Hamas with weapons. I feel like there would need to be a few more Biden condemnations than he's currently given to Israel. Whoa, you gave me a lot of links there. What the fuck? Useful idiot. Hang on, fuck. I'm being... Oh God, I've got two guide. Oh no, I'm getting one guide. I'm getting two guide. Shit. Shit.
Happy. I think I watched one of the streams about it. But yeah, Tipster was unhappy with all the commentary guys being dickheads to him, basically. They would like call him, but basically he would always get himself in some, embroil himself in some drama. I mean, there's lots of different Tipster dramas, I think, but you know, there was like the Dom.
This is like the logic where Israel's taking actions to reduce collateral damage is actual proof of the opposite. Oh, the Cenk thing. Yeah, I think when Cenk was asked, like, so why are there leaflet warnings? Why are there like roof knocks, and why are there phone calls, and why do they do all these things before hitting targets? And then Cenk said they do it all because, and why do they like drop like 30,000 bombs and less than like 20,000 people? So why is it like more bombs are dropped than people are killed if their goal is to try and kill as many civilians as possible? And it was all just plausible deniability. I just wonder where your head is when you're making that conclusion. Because when you're saying that, you're basically saying that, like, so they really want to kill as many Palestinians as possible in Gaza. And the way they're going to do that is by doing all the things you would do if that wasn't your objective. Like, what the fuck? Fox thinks they support Palestine. I think the American stance is supporting a two-state solution. I think that's the American stance. Which is actually a lot more pro-Palestinian than whatever the fuck you're arguing for. Because what you're arguing for is that, like, Iran and Russia and a bunch of other, like, fucking psycho, like, leaders get together and just try to invade Israel and claim it all back. Yeah, I don't know. I think America's position is far more pro-Palestinian than yours, because your one would just get them all killed.
Mummy drama. I don't fucking know, man. You need to go and look it up yourself if you're interested. Interested, but yeah, Tipster was a bit of a kind of a figure of fun. He was a bit of a joke, I think, amongst the commentary community, and so he decided to leave very publicly.
Of you guys were extremely supportive of me in that, and I can't thank you guys enough for that. So when I saw this conflict between the two of you, and you know, it seemed like it was over, you know, a misunderstanding or something, you know, it sucked to see, to say the least. So when the opportunity
I just wanted to
presented itself to hopefully, you know, help you two have a conversation and potentially, you know.
See, like this statement, this is why I know when people always vaguely gesture at American imperialism and slaughter and murder, like, and you know that, like, the lack of content is just so jarring. They've literally blocked a two-state solution at every turn for decades. What the actual fuck are you talking about? Like, that's just not true. I don't know why you would say that. Like, after Hamas took power in... So here's my understanding of the timeline so far, okay? From 1988, because before 1988, the Palestinian leadership was basically saying they wanted to destroy Israel, basically. I think Arafat was starting to move towards two states, but not fully. But by 88, he made a statement to the US, and he was like, we're going to condemn terrorism, we want to recognize Israel, two states. And then by 93, you get the Oslo Accords. Both sides signed that and agree to it. You get a lot of issues with the Oslo Accords, from Arafat failing to disarm the illegal armed forces, from the Israelis slowing down with the redeployments. But you do get to Camp David 2000, where there is a deal offered for two states. You can argue it wasn't a very good one, but Arafat doesn't even say it's not a very good one. He just walks with no counteroffer. And then you get to the Clinton parameters, where Clinton says, tries to resolve some of the tensions, especially around security arrangements and border contiguity. And it seems like one of the PLO's responses to that was that they still wanted full right of return, which is kind of a non-starter, but they go to Taba anyway. But by the time they go to Taba, it's already too late. The second intifada has started. There are suicide bombings going on. There are lots of riots that are escalating in the West Bank, and lots of Palestinians are getting killed. Lots of Israeli civilians are getting killed within their own borders. And then Arafat takes 18 months to accept the terms of the Taba summit. And then, conveniently enough, after 18 months, that's when Sharon came in, and Israelis basically, after dealing with suicide bombings, just wanted to vote for someone who was going to clamp down on that instead. So that was it, basically dead. I don't know where, like, what, but then at that point, Bush is still trying to push the roadmap for peace when he comes in. They're backing the Geneva Accords. And all throughout that point, Arafat is making no effort to stop the Second Intifada. No effort at all. Not even, yeah, like, so I don't even. So by that point, the process is basically dead. There's no political will for it really on either side. And then you get to 2007 when Hamas wins the election. There's that failed coup attempt, and then there's the real coup that succeeds with Hamas taking over the West, taking over Gaza. And then you got a point from 2007 onwards where having a peace process is kind of impossible because you have two different governments in Gaza and the West Bank. Like desperately seeking to evade PLO offers of negotiation and political, like you're just making shit up. You have no fucking idea what you're talking about. '76. Okay, let's see.
The thing is, as well, with the tip, is that, you know, because I came to know of Tipster. What was it through? It was through some drama back, I think, in 2022 or something. When he's like talking about stuff, he can sometimes have some interesting insights and some good insights into things. And he was, at times, I thought he did some good videos, some good commentary videos. But he would constantly embroil himself in retarded drama and wasn't able to cope with the blowback from that drama. And then obviously that's why he got upset at the toxic commentary community and ended up leaving. Yes, the BX Bullet stuff. Yes. Am I crazy? I'm pretty sure he had like good takes on something to do with BX Bullet. God, it's all so fucking, there's so much shit that's happened. It's like, trying to remember it all. It's locked up there away somewhere. But yeah, it was definitely, I'm sure he had good takes. Right? Yeah, exactly. It's not like he was like a complete idiot. He had some decent takes sometimes, but just couldn't cope with getting embroiled in different drama all the time. Who's BX Bullet? Oh my God. I feel like I'm kind of roughly explaining one character in the story. And then it's like, BX Bullet. Who's BX Bullet? Well, BX Bullet is... Blah, 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 blah. It's like,
oh, no.
There's a fucking endless reams of fucking drama you've got to explain. Surely you must know who BX Bullet is. Look, if you don't know who BX Bullet is... I
don't even know how I would introduce BX Bullet to anyone. Fuck, I need to do emails. Shit.
I don't know what to tell you. Unlucky. You're probably not going to understand a small aspect of this, okay?
Work it out, or, you know, however it was going to work out at the end of it, I went ahead and I jumped at it. Obviously, things didn't go the way some of us may have hoped it would go, but I just did the best I could to mediate a conversation between you two.
Yeah, I think you did a good job overall. I mean, there was.
Okay, that's wonderful.
I try not to like even my debates. I don't think are super high octane. I try not to go.
Okay,
going to
so
in the box and multiple times buying 2 large burgers and a 2 liters Dr Pepper. So there's some fun trivia.
Thank you for the trivia. Appreciate it.
Interesting note. You notice how, you know, when Zan in that clip that we just listened to said I like heaped praise onto Willie Mac. Well, Zan just got a $5 dono. Please don't take this the wrong way. I've never liked Keffals. After Willie Mac's video on her, she seemed shady. I know you said you didn't agree with it, but I never saw anyone debunk it. So it's just like, you know, he has these people who are shitting on me that he's taking money from. That there's obviously a really unfair double standard going on here. It's just not fair at all.
Like low blows or bad faith, unless it's like, I got to be going up against somebody who knows a really bad person before I go bad faith with it.
Yeah, on the last video, I think there was a couple of comments that went out about this stuff that happened previously in this drama. There was a comment, and it was like, why are you siding with Keffals on this? And it's like, I don't know, man. Like, I'm not siding with Keffals. I don't like Keffals. I think Keffals, you know, has done some really shady stuff. But like, What can you say about what she's doing here that's wrong? Like, there's nothing really wrong that she's doing here, I don't think. She's just pointing out inconsistencies that Zanderhall's got and is getting shit for being friends with Shoe on Head. So what am I supposed to say about that? Like, I agree that's fucked. You know, you can still hold the position that she's done a bunch of really fucking bad shit. You know, the GoFundMe, the Kiwi Farm stuff, all of that stuff's still bad. But, you know, besides constantly reminding you throughout my stream, by the way, guys, don't forget that Keffels set up a GoFundMe claiming she was going to file a lawsuit and never did, and got 100k. We don't know what happened to that money. Like, yeah, that's in my head. Just assume that's in my head. I'm thinking that whilst I'm watching this, and we'll be fine.
And I wanted to have that. I really wish it didn't have to be a public convo. I really tried to like bring everything into a private conversation. I was convinced by a mutual friend of ours to do so, who kind of helped me to cool down a little bit. But that mutual friend is now blocked by Keffels and banned. Yeah, it's just it's sad that I did try to make it private, but even if it had been,
he didn't.
Didn't she eventually file a suit? No, that's not true. That isn't true. She filed via a lawyer a complaint. I believe it was a human rights complaint or something. Fuck, I probably should get this correct. But basically, okay, I feel like I've explained this about 3 times recently. I believe it was just after she'd finished rehab or something like that, okay? She was coming back to streaming. And obviously there were still questions about this 100k, right? Right? And she ended up filing via a lawyer some sort of complaint against the police. The complaint itself is free to file. There's no cost to file the kind of complaint that she filed. And my belief is that she did that as a means to show, oh, I'm doing something to try and justify this 100k. But since then, nothing has happened. There's been no update. There's been no further communication about that. And so, like, what happened? What happened to that complaint? And that was used as means, particularly by her audience, to say, well, no, she did the human rights complaint. So there you go. There's the lawsuit. It's like, that's not a lawsuit. She didn't file a lawsuit against the police. Do you really care about a GoFundMe scam a year later? I mean, that is the biggest... I mean... That kind of apathy is why I am apathetic. Because, yeah, what's the point? There is no point. There's no point in worrying about this stuff long term because nothing ever happens. Nothing ever gets updated, you know. But I don't know, like, yeah, it sucks. It sucks that nothing happened with it. But what can you do? There's literally nothing you can do. Everyone's moved on. Yeah. She got away with it, exactly. I mean, I don't know, you're right.
Okay, so sorry, let's just go back to what Donovan's saying then, because I just saw some spamming and I saw some random years and UN resolutions. Let's see what the debate is. Okay, let's see what we got. I'm guessing he's going to say there were a bunch of Security Council resolution, or like General Assembly resolutions that everyone voted for. But no actual concrete negotiation that could actually be actioned by both sides. Okay, where are we? Security Council resolution of January 1976. Okay, so before I read any further, 76 is when the PLO still didn't recognize Israel, okay, and still didn't renounce terrorism. So I don't know why the fuck anyone would get involved in a negotiation between the two groups and actually, where both sides can actually agree to something when that clause hasn't been met. But, okay, right. Wasn't this when, like, basically the entire fucking Arab world didn't recognize Israel? This is before Egypt made peace with Israel. Okay. October 2000, the Security Council reaffirmed the consensus calling on Israel, the occupying power, to abide scrupulously by its legal obligations. Vote was for October 2. So this is after Arafat rejects Camp David. And when he's put the reservations onto the Clinton parameters. So there were actual negotiations happening here. This is after Arafat walked without even making a counteroffer. this is because he's stuck in the whole like in the every now and then there's like UN votes. Like every year there's a UN vote that reaffirms Resolution 242 and Resolution 194, which is like the 1967 borders completely just as they are, and then the full right of return. That's basically the consensus that gets voted on by the UN. The problem is that when you say that you want 242 and 194 completely, full right of return plus the 67 borders, then the problem is that you've got that's not two states. That's two Palestinian states. Like that's what happens. And if you think that's the morally correct thing, that's fine. You want a one-state solution, but at the end of the day, Israel's never conceding to that. That's not a real thing. It's not even you say this is legal. This isn't illegal. This is UN resolutions. This is the UN agreeing on something and then saying it. That's not a legal argument. That's just a majority. That's just a vote in the UN. The UN resolutions don't include right to return. 1976 did. Okay, let's have a look then. 1976 Security Council resolution, Palestine. Right of. Really? Right of return, Section C. Inalienable right to return to their homes. Is this 194? Yeah, this is resolution 194. So I don't know what the fuck you're so stupid. You're so fucking stupid. Like I don't know. If you think that since 1967, like we can just have UN votes every now and then when they say, yeah, we think it should be we think it should be resolution 242 and 194. That's the right thing, and then they just keep on reaffirming that for the next 70, like for the next 60 or 70 years, to conditions like that Israel will never agree to. As far as 242 goes, Israel tried to accommodate I think Camp David was 95%, and then Clinton parameters were like 97% of the land. With a resolution for refugees, like again, you don't want a peaceful solution. You don't want it. You want something that Israel will never concede to, which means the only way they will concede to it is through a war. That's what you want. International pressure would have solved this. You're fucking dense. You're a dense cunt. I don't know. International pressure is not going to be enough to make Israelis concede to ending their own state. That's not how that works. International pressure can move people to perhaps like lose faith in the direction that their state is going, or it can lead people to be willing to accept a compromise like they did in South Africa. There was a big compromise made in South Africa. That's not the same as them conceding to a one-state solution with full right of return, which is basically what you're advocating for. So, any other ideas about having apartheid? Two states wouldn't be apartheid, you fucking idiot. Like, I guess the thing that maybe it'd be quite valuable for you to learn is that, like, people like you always use the South Africa apartheid international pressure argument. I think what you seem to forget is that a few things. One, the South African army was pretty dog shit. They lost a war against the Cubans over Angola, and then they had to pull out of Namibia. They had opponents in the ANC who were willing to make quite a lot of compromises. They were willing to protect the pre-existing property rights of the white population, regardless of how they ended up on those farmlands or anything else. They were 90% of the population or thereabouts, which means they were the nation's workforce, which gives them a lot more bargaining power than the situation for Palestinians in Palestine and Israel. And at the end of the day, it wasn't just international pressure. The white population of South Africa was offered the opportunity to vote on the apartheid negotiations, and they agreed to them. They were given the option in 92 to stop the negotiations through a referendum, and most of them said no to it. quite a lot, by quite a big margin as well. So, and that's the thing that people like you never understand, is that you don't understand how you need to have a solution that is agreed upon by the populations of both sides. And that's where you don't give a fuck, because you're like, oh, why should we ever consider the opinions of the colonizer or some dumb shit like that, right? And again, if that was the position of the ANC, they'd still be fighting. Or they'd all be dead, I don't know. Eh.
But I care because I think it's wrong. But that's the problem, isn't it? You don't say anything about it, you act like you don't care, and then people go, oh, why are you defending Keffals? And it's like, I'm not defending Keffals, I think it's fucked. But there's nothing that you can really do about it except point out that, yeah, this still is a thing that's floating around.
Back to the drum.
Yeah, and it's like, Keffals has gotten away with this act and kind of just moved forward. Meanwhile, Kiwi Farms is still plagued with issues, and they're still fighting about 20 different battles as various different entities try to take them down. You know. Oh, she filed a complaint with the Human Rights Council of Canada, a process which, to be fair, takes a long time to see through because HRCC is slow as fuck. Sure, but the point is, what was the cost of doing that? What was the actual cost of filing that complaint? That's not a lawsuit, that's a complaint that's free to file. 100K for that. And the problem now, the problem now is that if you bring it up, yeah, people have that response. Sure, let's not care about it then. Keffals is a queen, based.
Hey!
Make it private. He
Let's move
addressed
on.
it in a public stream. And then there was a 3-minute window before he made a tweet tagging Demon Mama, calling me a snake, and calling me a dick rider. Like, there was no point when he tried to de-escalate this. On every single front, he was escalating and making the situation worse.
Been a private conversation. I don't think it would have gone much differently. The core of the disagreement, from what I picked up, and I'll let you give your take afterwards, seems to be, you made it public first. Like I said, if I would take, not only did I find out about it publicly, like on stream, so there's no way to make it not public, because I reacted to it on stream, because I saw it on stream for the first time, but also I literally said the one mistake I've made in all of this that I would say is tweeting that when I did. So I'm
just because you learn about something on stream doesn't mean that you need to address something right away. I ignore chatters all the time. There are drama bots constantly trying to get me to get into fights with people that I don't want to get into fights with. You don't have to listen to every chatter, and you don't have to believe everything that a chatter says. Some of you are fucking insane, quite frankly.
Yes.
I'll ban you for that, but
okay. Listen, now we've gotten over the GoFundMe situation and the police thing and the Kiwi Farm stuff, and we've drawn a line under it. Yeah, sure, that's based and true. I agree with her.
But just know, you're wrong. Anyway, basically, I wanted to go on there and just be able to explain how I'd felt. I didn't think mending of the bridge was really possible, nor did I really want to do that, because for me, it's like, how's the best way to put it, right? Like, you don't want to have a friend who is only...
Try to expose... There's nothing to expose. It's all out there. There's tons of videos about it. I mean, I don't know. What more is there to expose?
Meeting the expectations
I like
you have
Keffals now.
for your friends because you want them to.
Chud Nation has forgiven Keffals for her crimes, okay?
You want to have friends that like you so much or like care about you enough that they do that.
Okay, I guess we'll do one guy. And then we'll move on to the news. What was this? I love this soft Zionism where you pretend to be sympathetic to Palestinians, but constantly frame their liberation as unreasonable or unrealistic. First of all, I've never said it's unreasonable or unrealistic. I feel like there have been deals offered in the past that Arafat could have taken. And people from the surrounding Arab states agree that he was fucking really stupid for not accepting them. But anyway, concern troll about Palestinian advocates as if they're the problem, being unreasonable and not the aggressor, defying the UN Charter. And for a UN Charter, I feel like you just use these words interchangeably. First of all, you can look at Resolution 242 if you want. Just because people agree on Resolution 242, I don't think you actually know what Resolution 242 means. Resolution 242 doesn't even mention a Palestinian state. It doesn't say that. Resolution 242 is just a principle of people saying, yeah, it would be good if the occupation stops. That's it. That's all Resolution 242 means. That's all it means. They don't say anything about how it can actually be carried out, about how the process can be agreed upon by both sides, about any like resolution that can be signed by the leaders of Palestinians and Israelis. Resolution 242 doesn't mean anything to do with that. Because at the end of the day, you can have every single country in the world, including Israel and Palestinians, voting a Resolution 242, and they're still going to disagree on how you do it. Out of interest, do you think Hamas obeys the UN Charter? Like, what the fuck? You think Iran obeys international law? You think the PLO were obeying international law in the 60s and 70s? No. That's the problem. Is like you just keep like vaguely signaling to globally vote on resolutions. Resolutions are just guiding principles. They have nothing to do with actually how you action liberation. That's why you just keep. That's why you use liberation so vaguely. Like UN resolutions, whether it's 242 or 338. Is it 338? That's what I remember. Or 194. Someone from the UN can vote on those resolutions. What happens after that? What happens if everyone did? You would still have to have an agreement between Palestinian leadership, because I'm saying leadership. You'd have agreements between the leadership of Palestinians and Israelis. They would have to agree on something. They would have to agree on how you action the resolution. And that's the part where your brain explodes and you just get to go back to liberation again. Look, now you have nothing. Now you have nothing again because you know you're wrong. Like, yeah, your solution for Palestinian liberation is to roll over against genocide. No, that's actually not my position at all. That's why you're stuck. You're stuck again. Again, and I know this for a fact, you don't care about the UN's word. You don't care about what the UN thinks. Do you know what the UN agreed on? That Israel did agree on. That Israel did accept. Any guesses? The UN agreed on this. They agreed on these borders. You think... And every surrounding country said no to them. So you don't give a fuck about the UN and international opinion either. You only care about that when it suits you. So why would you appeal to that? It's like these fucking dumb, tanky, like, shitters who just think they can appeal to international law because they've just read, like, 2 sentences of a line and then they just completely attach their own personal meanings to it. Don't think for 1 second about how laws need to be practiced. They need to be interpreted over time. They need to, there's precedent behind them. There's a whole bunch of context and, like, historical understanding behind, like, each term that's used in it. Like, you don't care about any of that, though. This was something the UN agreed on, so, like, you don't care about the UN. You don't give a fuck. The only thing that you want, and you can deny this if you want, because I'm about to fucking finish and then move on to something else. You want all of this to be Palestine, this border that was drawn up by, like, drunk British and French people in 1919. You want that. You want it all to be a state of Palestine. You probably want any Israeli who arrived there after 1917 to fuck off or to just, like, give up their houses or whatever the fuck else. You want all that, and you don't care about the fact that that is basically inactionable unless this place gets completely invaded. And that's what's happening now. The people who want to try that tried to invade. They took over a little bit here, a little bit here. They lasted 5 days. They fucked off back into here, and now they're getting blasted by the IDF. That's what you wanted. I don't want that. You wanted that. Liberals like you pretend to care about the international rules-based. When did I ever appeal to international rules-based order? I appeal to laws that I don't even appeal to laws. I appeal to what I think is morally correct. You care about the UN as a vehicle to put pressure on Israel. I know, yeah. How's that been doing, right? How's it been? Oh yeah, whoa, they passed that, like, for the fucking 80th time they passed 242 and 194. How does that going for you? Not at all. Yeah, well done. Just keep doing it, you know? What changes? If, let's say, America votes for 242, 194, 338, what if they just change their vote? What happens then? Does any agreement get signed? Does any military come apart? Do any voting rights get extended? What happens? The answer is nothing happens. Ugh. Pretty sure the UN also agrees that Russia shouldn't be invading Ukraine. Like, I don't know. Oh, God. Russia vetoed that. Yeah, well, the Security Council, obviously, yeah. But again, that's why, like, the one veto, yeah. Again, Donovan, just, okay. No, whatever. I'm enjoying this. It's interesting watching, like, the limits of the fucking, that corner of the internet that you come from. Do you think international pressure is all it would take? If every country went to Israel and just said, yeah, you guys, you're a pariah state, until you turn your entire country into Palestine. Is that all it would take? Anything else? You think they could actually get that concession with no war, no anything? Just hand the keys over to Hamas because they're the most popular party. With Iran over there still saying death to Israel and supporting the October 7th attacks, with Hezbollah up in the north, you think they would do that? You think they would do that if the UN changed their vote at the General Assembly? See, even what you're saying there, they'd be forced to collapse without American supports and forced to negotiate. Again, what are you saying? Negotiate. You understand that negotiate. You understand that negotiate means that they have to sign something at the end, right? So what do you think the Palestinians should concede if they're negotiating? Are there any conditions you think the Palestinians should concede? Or do you want that, like, unconditional? They should enter an unconditional negotiation where they just sign whatever is put in front of them. Is that what you want? Israel has a strong economy even without us. Yeah, the 3 billion a year is not like a massive portion of Israel's GDP. Like, that's why loads of countries want to deal with them. That's why even countries that vote against Israel and the General Assembly still deal with them. Yeah. So there's negotiation. Okay, we got there though. We got that Israel is pressured to negotiate. What do they do the Palestinians concede anything in that negotiation, or are you talking about like a surrender? Is that what you mean? Because you can say that, unconditional surrender. They might not have as much money from the US, but they have their nukes. They have their army. A pretty strong army, it turns out. The ultimate one guy. I know, this guy's just fucking crazy, but... Do you see how I asked what the negotiations would entail, and now he's just saying the same thing? Israel gets away with not conceding anything because they don't have to due to US protection. If they had tens of the sanctions that Russia has, they'd be forced into negotiation. Thanks for just repeating yourself. Wow. Yeah, so you don't know. Again, because I know the answer. The answer is that you don't want a negotiation. A negotiation implies concessions on both sides. You understand that, right? You want an unconditional surrender. And you don't get an unconditional surrender of a country by boycotting and sanctioning them. You don't get that. You don't. Sanctions make economic life more difficult. Sanctions don't get rid of the tanks or the planes or the nuclear weapons that they would use to defend their interests. So I don't. Again, you want a war. You want the Arab states to get together and take one last pop at rolling into Israel and hoping they don't get nuked if they get further than if they approach one major city. That's what you want. You want Arabs to die so that you can fap over your fucking little iPhone and your tweets like afterwards or into this Twitch chat. Okay, let's go do some news. Donovan, you know you're still in the Discord. You can still come into the VC if you're ever willing to pluck up some courage. You seem to talk a very big talk in chat. You seem to love the fighting. What the? I'm sorry, wait. You just said they'd be forced to negotiate, and now you're saying that we shouldn't have to negotiate. Oh my god, you're so fucking dense. Like, why are you wasting your time? Why did you say that? Are you schizophrenic? I just had to ask you what the negotiations entail, and now you're saying there should actually be no negotiations. The fuck, man? Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Get out. Get out. No. Do something with your life. Holy shit. Bye-bye. Fucking retard. Anyway, sorry. That was... that was a very... intense one guy. Okay, let's go. We have news to talk about. Whew. I'm sorry, guys. I hate that person. I think you'll be in my YouTube comments. It's fine. Where is... The Discord's still open for them, so they can come in the VC if they want, but... Oh, God. Not good for me, man. Didn't you get a haircut like a week ago? It was more like a month ago, but okay. How did the USSR survive with people like that running it? Yeah, I don't know, eh? Oh, Raheem's back. God. One after the other, eh? All right, what are we doing now? Whew. Well. Do you go extra unhinged for the holidays? Maybe. What is it? 5 minutes, 2 hours? Damn. Okay. Donald J. Trump. Wow. Former president of the United States. I think this is unprecedented. So today it was announced that the Colorado Supreme Court had a ruling on whether or not Trump would be allowed to run for the presidency, whether or not he'd be allowed to be on the ballot, because of his role in the January 6th riots. And they voted 4-3, I think it was, against him being on the ballot. So he's disqualified from being on the ballot in Colorado. He's been cucked. It's unprecedented. That's true. That's a good meme. That's exactly what happened. I was there. The order hasn't taken effect yet. Wow. Thank you. Okay. These damn Americans, they move too slow. It's just for Colorado, yeah. I don't think it's for the entire country. I don't think... But you know, those states' rights. Gotta take away those states' rights. Shit. I guess it's going to go to the... So this was the Colorado Supreme Court. I'm guessing it's going to go to... There'll be other states that are doing it, and I think they're probably also going to maybe take it to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court might overturn it, although they haven't gone in Trump's favor always. They didn't go in Trump's favor over the election, did they? So Trump's going to appeal and it's going to go to the Supreme Court. Okay. Their justification is that he participated, or let's just get the wording right. They have an insurrection clause. I guess that's what we're going to have to learn about. President Trump asks us to hold that Section 3 disqualifies every oath-breaking insurrectionist, except the most powerful one, and that it bars oath breakers from virtually every office, both state and federal, except the highest one in the land, the majority wrote. Both results are inconsistent with plain language of history of Section 3. Oh, this is, okay. Where's the bit about... Yeah, the court's decision today affirms what our clients alleged in this lawsuit. Trump is an ex-insurrectionist who disqualified himself from office under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment based on his role in January 6th attack on the Capitol, and that Secretary Griswold must keep him off of Colorado's primary ballot. Wow. Oathbreaker Trump disqualified. Damn. Fucked. And this is happening in other... Oh yeah, the trial court found that the events satisfied the definition of insurrection, and they also concluded that Trump engaged in insurrection through incitement. Yeah, it's... So they count the incitement as the engagement, and then, yeah, they class it as insurrection. So he's... This is very new, isn't it? Has this ever happened before? Has a former president ever been... struck down by a state from the ballot for taking part in an insurrection? American politics, man. Don't think so. Yeah. I guess it's a pretty unique combination of facts, isn't it? Like, oh shit. Some people are rejecting claims. Trump's lawyer said it wasn't an insurrection. Yeah, okay. It happened to men who ran for office in the Civil War. Oh, well. It's about time, eh? We got some changes. We got to get back to Back to tradition, eh? Back to the old school of United States politics. Let's see. Accept all. Full list of states trying to kick Trump off the ballot where cases stand. Okay. Oh god, I'm gonna get blasted by one of the adverts on this fucking site, am I? Oh no. Stop. Leave me alone. So, Colorado. Michigan. An activist filed a suit. Democrat previously said that she believes there are valid legal arguments being made. New Hampshire. Texas resident and long shot candidate for the GOP filed lawsuits. Really, a GOP candidate? Wow. Arizona. Other states with lawsuits. Fuck. The fairness meeting on this article said it's unfair left-leaning. Damn. Well. Some states had filed lawsuits: West Virginia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Nevada, Montana, Utah, Kansas, Idaho, Oklahoma, and Wyoming. Damn. Wait. If one state, I guess it'll depend on the Supreme Court, won't it? Won't the Supreme Court ruling basically decide whether other states can or can't? So it's either going to be a bunch of states or none of them. Is that the idea? Yep, okay. Unless they find that one state is fine and the other ones aren't, or yeah, either they all can or none can. Damn. So there's never going to be because I guess it's all on the insurrection. So the Supreme Court, does the Supreme Court have to decide whether or not legally Trump incited an insurrection? Is that the big dispute? Is that what they have to do? Well. Or do they just have to, what do they have to rule though? Do they have to rule whether or not he actually did that, or whether or not the thing applies to that case? Whether or not the Section 3 applies to that particular case? Wow. It can be either. Okay. They'd be ruling on the application of it. So, but wouldn't they have to? Wouldn't they have to have a verdict? Because I think when they say insurrection, and when they say engage in insurrection, that's like a legal phrase, isn't it? So wouldn't they have to? Wouldn't they have to decide whether or not he did it, or just whether or not that part, or would they just assume it's correct if they're ruling it, or like, is there a world where they can say that this was the right ruling by Colorado? Because do different states have different understandings of what an insurrection is? Is that why? Because that was a Colorado law in particular. Oh, okay. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, Pondering Politics made a video about it. That's cool. Anyway, I need to go pee, and then we'll do this. Nice. Donald Trump, let's go. Okay, we're gonna have lots of fuck me, because I'm gonna contribute to American politics in a couple of months. I need to actually I need to learn legal stuff, don't I? Fuck. I'm going to need to get the arguments together because I know people are going to say, people are going to contend with the legal definition of insurrection in Colorado. So we're going to have to read about that. And people are going to contend over whether or not Trump incited it, right? Because some people might say it was an insurrection, but Trump didn't incite it. They might say that. Who knows? God. That sounds like a nice new project. Okay, 1 second. Fuck. Let me go bathroom, okay? Hello, hello. Wash hands, yeah. Okay. Ooh. Who drinks water after peeing? Me. You know, you get rid of it and then you put more in. What? That's normal. What are you talking about? Anyway, let's see what this pondering guy had to say about it. Imagine if I just peed and I was like, okay, done. No more water. Don't need it. When it goes in, goes out, done. Okay. Let me go also into my little box.
Tonight at this hour, the Colorado Supreme Court has disqualified former President Trump from the state's 2024 election ballot over his involvement in the Capitol riot of January 6th.
In an unprecedented decision, which was powerful, reasonable, and yet still remarkably surprising, the Colorado Supreme Court has ruled that Donald Trump is an insurrectionist who violated Section 3 of the 14th Amendment and is therefore disqualified from holding any public office, including the presidency of the United States. But before we unpack all that, if you haven't yet, please hit that like, subscribe, and the alert bell. All right, folks, we've got a couple of clips to play here. We're going to look at excerpts from the 130-plus page majority opinion from the Colorado Supreme Court. But this is a monumental decision, a monumental moment in the history of the United States. I'll say up front, it is not the end. This will almost certainly go before the United States Supreme Court, which has a 6-3 conservative supermajority.
This guy is centrist. No, he's a progressive. He's a progressive dude. All right.
3 of whom were appointed by Trump himself when he was president. So this is not the final word. We may yet see a reversal. But let's watch some of the clips, beginning with my favorite, which is Fox News talking about it, because that's always sweet.
Breaking tonight at this hour, the Colorado Supreme Court has disqualified former President Trump from the state's 2024 election ballot over his involvement in the Capitol riot of January 6th. Again, just getting this in, the justices have stayed the decision until January 4th to allow for the inevitable appeals. But they have stepped in and disqualified him from the Colorado ballot. It's just breaking this out.
Huge. No doubt people on the Fox Propaganda Network and elsewhere are going to be raging out. Before I play the next clip, I am going to remind you of what Section 3 is. So it's part of the Reconstruction era amendments. It was adopted in the aftermath of the Civil War, and it was essentially an attempt by the framers of the...
No person can be a senator...
Civil War era 14th Amendment to keep people who broke their oath to the Constitution, engaged in insurrection, were part of the Confederacy, from ever wielding power and public office again. Basically, you betrayed the country, you have no right to help govern the country. No person shall be a senator or representative in Congress or elector of president and vice president or hold any office, civil or military.
Is this the American Chud logic? Yeah.
Under the United States or under any state who, having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress or as an officer of the United States or as a member of any state legislature or as an executive or judicial officer of any state to support the Constitution of the United States shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. But Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each house, remove such a disability. Okay, that is the text of the 14th Amendment. We're going to play this other clip, and then we're going to start unpacking the majority's opinion on the Colorado Supreme Court.
The Colorado Supreme Court ruling that Donald Trump has now been disqualified from being on the primary ballot for the GOP. Again, this breaking news out of Colorado. Donald Trump, as we know, was fighting to be able to be on that primary ballot. The Colorado Supreme Court now issuing a 200-something page opinion that we've just got. And we're going to go back to Christy Greenberg and Hugo Lowell. I know, guys, you haven't had a chance to look at it. We're looking at it right now. It's 217 pages. But, Christy, I want to start with you on this particular issue. This is not the first state that there's been an attempt to be able to disqualify Trump being able to be on the ballot. But what's intriguing about it is that it's now being done in a way where the judicial system is having a say in terms of whether or not somebody can be on a ballot. Your thoughts about what we're hearing coming out of Colorado at this time?
Well, it is an interesting decision because the Colorado District Judge, Sarah Wallace, last month, when she made her decision, she had a really puzzling decision where she found, based on the evidence, that Trump had engaged in insurrection, but essentially said, well, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, it doesn't apply to presidents. He's not an officer such that it applies to him, which was a really odd result. So when that was appealed, I think a lot of people had been scratching their heads and thought the appeal was appropriate. And, you know, I haven't read the basis of this, but it sounds like at least the Colorado Supreme Court said no. Actually, if he engaged in insurrection, yes, he is an officer, and the 14th Amendment would apply to him. It would be a perverse result otherwise to have it apply to members of Congress and others in lower elected officials and not to the President of the United States. So it sounds like Colorado Supreme Court got it right in finding that this should apply to the president and presumably determines that the factual findings of the district court in finding that he engaged in the insurrection were upheld.
They were upheld. Again, we'll unpack some of these excerpts together, but the last thing I want to just remind everybody. So Trump has already issued a statement from his campaign. He will appeal to the United States Supreme Court. Tuesday's ruling only applies to Colorado, and this is according to the New York Times. But if the Supreme Court were to affirm it, he could be disqualified more broadly. The Colorado Supreme Court stayed its ruling until January 4th, 2024, to allow time for Trump to appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court. If he does, the ruling could be stayed for longer while proceedings unfold. All right, folks. So with that in mind, we're going to look at some excerpts here. Again, people are saying it's a 200-plus page opinion. That's if you count the dissenting opinions, and there were 3 dissenters on the seven-judge Colorado Supreme Court. There are 7 justices. 3 of them dissented. 4 of them affirmed. So we're going to look at parts of the majority opinion. So this is the introduction, and they said, listen, after permitting Donald Trump and the Colorado Republican State Central Committee to intervene in the action below, the district court conducted a 5-day trial. The court, and they're talking about the lower court, found by clear and convincing evidence that Donald Trump engaged in insurrection, as those terms are used in Section 3. So then they say Trump sought this court's review of various rulings by the district court. We affirm in part and reverse in part. We hold as follows.
Have those January 6th hearings contributed to how these people are deciding whether or not Trump engaged in insurrection or not? Was that kind of one of the functions of the January 6th hearings? Because I thought the January 6th hearing would get finished and then they would make recommendations to the DOJ, but I don't know what it has to do with this.
The election code allows electors to challenge Trump's status as a qualified candidate based on Section 3. Congress does not need to pass implementing legislation for Section 3's disqualification provision to attach, and Section 3 is, in fact, self-executing, so it's automatic. Judicial review of Trump's eligibility for office under Section 3 is not precluded by the political question doctrine, which is this idea that important political questions are non-justiciable. The Supreme Court should stay out of it. They're saying, listen, this doesn't count. This is a matter of constitutionality, not just politics. Then, this is where they reverse the lower court. Section 3 does encompass the office of the presidency and someone who has taken an oath as president. On this point, the district court committed a reversible error. The district court did not abuse its discretion in admitting portions of the January 6th report. The district court did not err in concluding that the events of the U.S. Capitol are an insurrection on January 6th. And the district court did not err in concluding that Trump engaged in insurrection. Okay. And then they finally say that Trump's speech on January 6th is not protected by the First Amendment. So then they say we do not reach these conclusions lightly. We are mindful of the magnitude and weight of the questions now before us. We're likewise mindful of our solemn duty to apply the law without fear or favor and without being swayed by public reaction to the decisions that the law mandates that we reach. So they're saying, listen, this is really awkward. We know we're going to get a lot of flack for this. We know this is tense. We understand all that, but our understanding of our constitutional obligation and the Constitution itself requires us to reach this conclusion. So we're going to look at some other things. Reconstruction ushered in the 14th Amendment, which we discussed, addressing what to do with those individuals who held positions of political power before the war, fought on the side of the Confederacy, and then sought to return to those positions. In interpreting a constitutional provision, our goal is to prevent the evasion of the provision's legitimate operation and to effectuate the drafter's intent. I want to make sure I didn't skip something. Okay, good. Okay, so we're going to go to the next one. No party in this case has challenged the Secretary of State's authority to require a presidential primary candidate to conform to the required statement of intent. Okay, basically what they're saying is nobody here challenges the fact that the state Secretary of State is basically allowed to keep people who are not qualified from holding public office off the ballot. None of you contest that. So now the question is, does Donald Trump meet that standard? And they do. So they say here, if
I saw there's this big argument on Twitter between Pisco and Rob Noor over what definition they used for insurrection, because as part of this 200-page opinion, and maybe you guys missed this because it's on page 99. Okay. All you guys who definitely read this. It says here, although we acknowledge that these definitions vary and some are arguably broader than others, for purposes of deciding this case, we do not adopt a single all-encompassing definition of the word insurrection. Rather, it suffices for us to conclude that any definition of insurrection for purposes of Section 3 would encompass a concerted and public use of force or threat of force by a group of people to hinder or prevent the United States government from taking the actions necessary to accomplish a peaceful transfer of power in this country. That's what they're saying about insurrection. So, distinguished from a riot and offenses connected with mob violence by the fact that in insurrection, there's an organized and armed uprising against authority or operations of government, while crimes growing out of mob violence, however serious they may be and however numerous the participants, are simply unlawful acts and disturbance of the peace, which do not threaten the stability of the government or the existence of political society. But we part company with him when he goes one step further. No authority supports the position taken by Trump's counsel at oral argument that insurrectionary conduct must involve a particular length of time or geographic location. Okay. Is that what they're contesting? That it has to come from a particular length of time or okay. But this is Rob Nora trying to say that according to the Colorado Supreme Court, BLM was an insurrection. Any Democrat that promoted it while in office engaged in that insurrection. Thousands of Democrats at the federal and state level should be removed from office. Whoa. Whoa! He's tagging all his dudes. Yeah, anyway.
Court were to adopt Trump's view, Colorado could not exclude from the ballot even candidates who plainly do not satisfy the age, residency, and citizenship requirements of the Presidential Qualifications Clause of Article 2. It would mean that Colorado would be powerless to exclude a 28-year-old, a non-resident of the United States, or even a foreign national from the presidential primary ballot in Colorado. Yet, as noted, several courts have upheld states' exclusion from ballots of presidential candidates who fail to meet the qualifications for office. Okay, so they're saying this makes no sense whatsoever. Of course, we can keep people who are not plainly qualified to be president off the ballot, and it's backed up by plenty of law to support that. Section 3 does not determine who decides whether the disqualification is attached in the first place. So they're talking about whether or not Section 3 is self-executing or not, or if it requires an agency or additional legislation to review. The Supreme Court has said that the 14th Amendment is undoubtedly self-executing without any ancillary legislation, as far as its terms are applicable to any state of circumstances. So the Supreme Court has held the 14th Amendment doesn't require a congressional agency or a congressional statutory law to enforce. It is automatic, which would include Section 3. Thus, while Congress may enact enforcement legislation pursuant to Section 5, which says that Congress can do that, congressional action is not required to give effect to the constitutional provision. So they're saying Congress can act, they can appoint an agency, they can give clarifying legislation, but it's not necessary. Section 3 of the 14th Amendment applies, and it's automatic. When interpreting the Constitution, we prefer a phrase as normal and ordinary usage over secret or technical meanings that would not have been known to ordinary citizens at the founding generation. So what they're saying is when we talk about is the president an officer or not, we don't need to use secret code. It's pretty straightforward. Would people at the time have understood the president to be an officer? They would. So they point out that even Trump doesn't deny that the presidency is an office. Instead, they assert it's not an office under the United States. Their claim is that the president and elected members of Congress are the government of the United States and cannot therefore be serving under the United States. We cannot accept that interpretation. A conclusion that the presidency is something other than an office under the United States is fundamentally at odds with the idea that all government officials, including the president, serve we the people. A more plausible reading of the phrase under the United States is that the drafters meant simply to distinguish those holding federal office from those held under any state. The Constitution refers to the presidency as an office 25 times. And then they point out issues with the idea that the president isn't an officer. So they say, consider the impeachment clause, which reads that Congress can impose as a consequence of impeachment a disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. If the presidency is not an office under the United States, then anyone impeached, including a president, could nonetheless go on to serve as president. This reading is nonsensical, as recent impeachments demonstrate, which is absolutely true. Then they say to read office under the United States to exclude the presidency would mean that a sitting president could also constitutionally occupy a seat in Congress, a result foreclosed by basic principles of separation of powers. And that goes back to the idea that you can't be a member of the executive branch and the judicial branch at the same time. You have to pick one. There's supposed to be a separation of powers. So what they're saying is if the presidency isn't an office, then that means the sitting president could also be a senator. And that's plain, I mean, that's just absurd, even going back to the founding of the country. Then they point out the Emoluments Clause provides that no person holding any office of profit or trust under the United States shall, without the consent of Congress, accept any present, emolument, office, or title of any kind whatever from any king, prince, or foreign state. To read the presidency as something other than an office under the United States would exempt the nation's chief diplomat from those protections against foreign influence. And yet, that's never been the case because we understood that. Let's see here. Actually, we scroll down through that. We'll just go ahead and skip to the conclusion. The district erred by concluding that Section 3 does not apply to the president. We therefore reverse the district court's judgment. As stated above, however, we affirm much of the district court's reasoning on other issues. Accordingly, we conclude, because Donald Trump is disqualified from holding the office of president under Section 3, it would be a wrongful act under the election code for the secretary to list Donald Trump as a candidate on the presidential primary ballot. Therefore, the Secretary of State may not list Donald Trump's name on the 2024 presidential primary ballot, nor may she count write-in votes for him. Folks, this is huge. This is absolutely huge.
It's
the fact
huge.
of the matter is this is the first court to disqualify a former president from running for office again. Now, again, it's not the final decision. And as a matter of fact, Donald Trump didn't win Colorado, right? He lost Colorado pretty badly in the 2020 election, so it's not like he necessarily needs Colorado to become president again. But there are two risks here. Number one, the United States Supreme Court could say absolutely Donald Trump is an insurrectionist and he did violate Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, or they could simply affirm the ruling such that they leave it up to the states to make that determination, which means that other states could follow suit, right? And of course, there's a possibility that the 6-3 conservative supermajority, again, half of whom were appointed by Trump himself, will strike down this ruling. It's entirely possible. But this is huge. This means that there is a justiciable case to make, and there's plenty of legal backing. We've talked about it. We've done so many videos about this. I don't feel the need to regurgitate everything. But they upheld that Donald Trump is an insurrectionist, that he did violate Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. The Section 3 of the 14th Amendment does apply to the President of the United States, which makes absolutely no sense, or absolute sense. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever to assume that the presidency would not be covered. Hey, we want to keep insurrectionists and betrayers out of office, except they can go ahead and have the highest and most powerful office from which to be a betrayer and insurrectionist again. It's just categorically on its face ridiculous. So I'm glad that the Supreme Court, Colorado Supreme Court, struck this down. Folks, this is huge. It's not the end, but I'd love to know what you think. Let me know what you think one way or another in the comments.
Good evening,
Wow.
everyone. Welcome.
Okay. Shit. I need someone to help me navigate all this shit. Because I need to know, do I want to read 200 pages of legal shit? Do I want to refresh myself on January 6th and all the evidence against Trump in that, like the speeches and all that stuff, or like how whether he passes for incitement and whether it was an insurrection? I'll give you the link for that video. Seemed like there was some helpful stuff in there. Pondering. He's actually got a much bigger channel than I thought he did. Nearly 90k subs. What the fuck? I had no idea. We need Pisco. Yeah. Oh yeah, the legal video is coming. Don't worry. Oh, there's so many things I want to learn about, actually. I want to learn about this, I want to refresh myself on January 6th. I want to know why the UN General Assembly votes against Israel so much more often than it does against countries even like Syria and fucking than it votes against Hamas or than it votes against Iran or Russia. Like, I wonder why that is as well. That might be interesting. But anyway, here's your linky for that channel. Because people are arguing about UN resolutions now, or why was there was some UN human rights body that was chaired by the by the ambassador from Iran, and people were all up in arms about that shit. Talk to Pondering, Destiny, or Pisco. Yeah, I know. Why do people call him Pisco? I don't get that. Or shall I just read the Pisco Rob Noor arguments on Twitter? Oh God. It was the Human Rights Commission. Yeah. That's quite wacky, isn't it? I would imagine UN resolutions are there's a disproportionate amount of them on Israel because that's like pro-Palestine people have to just invest a lot of stock into UN resolutions because there's just not that much action that can be taken. I guess that's why, just to keep the internet, to keep the world talking about it. Did we move off the Trump stuff already? No, we're going into this. What's this? What's Rob saying? Oh my God. Read about Trump having Hitler speeches. No, don't care. Rob can't stop misinforming about the Colorado Supreme Court opinion, even in his Cope post where he wrongly accuses me of misinforming the opinion. The meaning of engage in has certain disjunctive elements that can be fulfilled in the alternative, specifically with respect to the intent of furthering the common unlawful purpose. He says I messed up by saying that intent was required to be shown. He states that, in fact, intent is not required and that other conditions can be met that satisfy the elements, such as an overt act. This is incorrect. On page 105 of the opinion, the court makes quite clear that to engage an individual needs both an overt act and specific intent. Those elements are required. I guess for the intent with Trump is that they have all those testimonies of all the people close to Trump who kept on telling him that that they'd lost the election, right? That there was nothing to gain from going after like the voter fraud shit, right? And he just kept going and kept on saying it was illegitimate, even though behind the scenes, like all his advisors were telling him that's not the case. I think that's where the intent comes from. But anyway. This is the tweet. How many UN resolutions on the Saudi coalition in Yemen? UN resolution, Saudi coalition, Yemen. Let me see. I don't know how many there have been. Do you know? I don't know how many there have been. Fuck. Apparently they were removed from the UN. The Saudi-led coalition was removed from they were on a UN blacklist and then they were taken off. Oh, okay, whatever. We find the foregoing definitions and authorities to be generally consistent, and we believe that the definition adopted and applied by the district court is supported by the plain meaning of the term engaged in, as well as by the historical authorities discussed above. Accordingly, like the district court, we conclude that engaged in requires an overt and voluntary act done with the intent of aiding or furthering the common unlawful purpose. Okay. In so concluding, we hasten to add that we do not read engaged in so broadly as to subsume mere silence in the face of insurrection or mere acquiescence therein, at least absent an affirmative duty to act. Rather, as Attorney General Stanbury observed, the force of the term to engage carries the idea of active rather than passive conduct and of voluntary rather than compulsory action. Okay. Okay. I think I need to start a Google Doc. I think I need to start a Google Doc and find out my main things to look over. Okay, Google Doc. Rob, 30 seconds ago. Notice Pisco has no response. Oh, God. These guys. Is it fair to say that the 1967 borders of the West Bank is occupied Palestinian territories, or that it's not even a thing? Like, is the statement backed by 242, or is 242 too vague? Yeah, 242 was to end the occupation of territories taken in the Six-Day War, so that would include the West Bank. The problem is that resolution is came from 1967, and since then, a bunch of fucking settlers went into the West Bank, and parts of it were annexed, and then it didn't say anything about Palestinian state. So Resolution 242, which I think was brought up, like that was the basis of the Clinton parameters, and I think Camp David as well, were on 242 and 338. But when they say based on, it's like 242 doesn't tell you what happens to Jerusalem or to the Temple Mount or to the settlements or to the board. It doesn't tell you anything. It just tells you it's this length, right? It's just a starting point. That's it. When this was passed, I don't think the Middle East agreed with this either, because they were the three no's. They didn't want to recognize or have negotiations. So, yeah. Anyway. Sorry. Like technically, you could give the West Bank to Jordan and say that you've fulfilled 242, and you can give Gaza to Egypt and say that you fulfilled 242. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't say that they're Palestinian territories. No, I don't think so. Or maybe it. Yeah, I don't think it does. Huh? Sorry, I'm busy. Fuck. Google that. Trump. Let's see. Jan 6. All right. I'm going to need to start here, and I guess we'll just fill it out as we go along. So the questions I want to answer. Let's see. Was Jan 6 an insurrection? That's one heading. Did Donald Trump incite it? And court. You're right to. Was the Colorado Supreme Court in the right to discount Trump? Cuck Trump off the ballot. Okay. I know no one's trying to convict him of incitement. I know. But these are my headings, okay? And oh God. Wait, how do I haven't used Google Doc in so long. That's stupid fucking. I think I prefer this to, what'd you call it? Obsidian. I don't know yet. How do I make it? Oh yeah, here. Okay, so that's my 3 headings so far. So I can start with those. Those are my important questions to answer. I'll probably do most of this reading off stream because I hate reading in front of you guys. Fuck. Didn't the court consider his failure to stop the ongoing violence as aiding the ongoing event? I guess we'll figure it out, eh? Because it looks like the court wants to go for intent. You should add if POTUS is considered an office holder. Okay. Okay. Why? What's the big argument there? Do I need to learn all about that? Whether or not the president of the United States is an office holder? Shit. I can put that under the first heading. That can be like a subheading, right? Where do I learn that? Incitement isn't required. I'm just wanting to ask this anyway, just like morally. Because I want to make moral arguments as well as the legal stuff. Dylan was there covering it. I know, right? So, Section 3. You're not allowed to ask it, I know. I feel like this is just the last thing I want to commit to right now, and I've got a video to do and I've like another research project to do. Oh god. I might ditch this in like 5 minutes and just start reading about Deir Yassin. I don't know, because I need to do that for a video. A majority of the court holds that Trump is disqualified from Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. Oh. Is this 14th Amendment of the state constitution? Or the American Constitution? U.S. Constitution, okay. Section 3, U.S. Constitution. Okay. Nice. Let's have a look. Fuck off. Why is it so big? That's what she said. Oh. All right. 3 of the 14. Why are you defaulting to Arial, you piece of shit? All right. U.S. Constitution. The Senate of the United States shall be composed of 2 senators from each state, chosen by the legislature thereof for 6 years, and each senator shall have 1 vote. Immediately after they shall be assembled in consequence of the first election, they shall be divided as equally as may be into 3 classes. The seats of the senators of the first class shall be vacated at the expiration of the second year, of the second class at the expiration of the 4th year, third class at the expiration of the 6th year. So, oh my god, fuck this. Hang on. Yeah? Hello?
Hey, you're reading the wrong thing.
Oh,
you're
am
reading
I?
Section 3. You need to read Section 3 of the 14th Amendment.
Oh, that's what I put in. Oh, no, I did. Wow. Because that didn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't have.
Oh, it's just, okay. Where's the actual thing? There's a fucking... I just got the...
Just go to the Constitution. Just go to the U.S. Constitution.
Uh-huh. Hang on. Fucking shit country. Here we go. This is it, right?
Yes, and then Section 3. There you go. That's it.
No person shall be a senator or representative in Congress or elector of president and vice president or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States or under any state who, having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress or as an officer of the United States or as a member of any state legislature or as an executive or judicial officer of any state to support the Constitution of the United States, shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. But Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each house, remove such disability. Is this because they can't... Because there's nothing that just says the president of the United States. It's either elector of president. What does that mean? What's an elector of president and vice president?
I mean, that's the argument that retards are going to make, right? That the president doesn't qualify as a quote unquote officer when he clearly does. But they're going to say that because it isn't stated there that like the word that the word like president, not elector of president, but president isn't stated there, that it isn't applicable.
But he's an officer of the United States. Is that what he would be under?
He
Like,
is
because he's like,
I mean, in every way that we know what an officer of the United States is, he would absolutely qualify as one. But because it doesn't strictly state just president of the United States, they're going to say that, oh, well, then it doesn't apply to the president.
So that's the line that he would fall under, because obviously, like he's not really executive or judicial officer of any state, is he? Because he's like of the country.
Yeah.
So officer of the United States is the one that he would be.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what's an officer of the United States? Where'd I get that?
I mean, that's kind of the question they were pondering when they read the section of the court ruling, right?
Okay. So this is in the court ruling.
Basically, I think it's considered like anyone who has taken an oath. Sorry, my dog is freaking.
That's fine. I need someone holding my hand through all this shit anyway, so it's good. All right, let's see. Fuck me. What a stupid country. Okay, let's see. What does it say here? For decades, courts have believed that only officials with significant authority are officers of the United States, subject to the Constitution's Article 2 appointments. I mean, this is just like an opinion article on, but this is saying that it would include people without significant authority. Okay.
Yeah, you like. I think that's just like an academic article. You would need to find case law
where the president has been described as an officer of the United States.
Where they've defined what an officer of the United States is in case law.
So they're saying here the historic meaning would extend to like tax collectors, relief officials, customs officials, administrative judges. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Fucking. Okay.
But I mean, like, just because they don't say president doesn't mean that all of the elements of what is considered an officer under a different name don't also apply to a president.
Yeah, well, that's what I want to. I just need something that'll substantiate it. So fuck.
Yeah.
Colorado Trump ruling ballot. Where's the full text, or is it the 200-page thing? Where's that? The Supreme Court of the state of Colorado is the PDF. Oh, this is it, isn't it? 213 pages. Okay. Office holder. Nope. Officer?
Office, like, same thing. Yeah.
The court further concluded, however, that Section 3 does not apply to a president because, as the terms are used in Section 3, the presidency is not an office under the United States, nor is the president an officer of the United States who had previously taken an oath to support the Constitution of the United States. Yeah, U.S. Amendment. Accordingly, the secretary could not exclude Trump's name from the presidential primary ballot. Oh, so they're pointing the argument here.
I don't even wait. Are you reading the dissent?
This is the
reading
dissent, I'd imagine, right? Is it? This is the appeal. Okay, this is the appeal. Okay. So it's actually in the appeal. The fuck? Wait, is the 200 fucking page appeal made already? Yesterday?
No. So there's state appeals courts, and then there's federal appeals courts or appeal to the Supreme Court. So what you're looking at right there, opinion of the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
So the lower Colorado court ruled, I think, in favor of Trump, right?
Okay. Oh, so they're saying that's what the lower court said. I think that's what you mean.
And then now they're saying, like, then the people that were against Trump said, no, we're going to appeal this to the state Supreme Court.
Okay.
And then the state Supreme Court is going to looked over what the lower state court said and said, no, this is where you got everything wrong, and we're a higher court than you, so we're going to overturn what you decided.
Okay, so the lower court said that he's not an officer of the United States, and now these guys are saying he is. Okay, fuck. So This is the right one. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Section 3, second founding, Reconstruction. Where does it say officer here? Section 3 provides. I think this is the right place. So somewhere in here, they're going to make the argument for why he's an officer of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. God.
It's going to be 200 fun pages to read.
I'm not going to read all 200. Okay, God. What the fuck? Oh, wait, is it here? Section 3. Oh, here. E. Section 3 applies to the president. Okay. The parties debate the scope of Section 3.
Did you mute yourself?
No. No. No, I didn't. What happened? Oh, shit. Can you not hear me? You guys can hear me. Interesting. All right, let's carry on. The parties debate the scope. Oh, you there? I think she's.
Hello?
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, I think my internet just took a shit.
Wow. Okay, so we got to E, Section 3.
Or I'm losing my mind. I don't know. I drove all the way from DC to Michigan yesterday, so I'm a little bit out of it.
Section 3 applies to the president. The parties debate the scope of Section 3. The editors claim that this potential source of disqualification encompasses the president. President Trump argues that it does not, and the district court agreed. On this issue, we reverse the district court. Section 3 prohibits a person from holding any office, civil or military, under the United States. If that person, as an officer of the United States, took an oath to support the Constitution of the United States and subsequently engaged in insurrection. Constitution Amendment, Section 3, Amendment 14. Accordingly, Section 3 applies to Trump only if 1, the presidency is an office, civil or military, under the United States. It's military, isn't it? Because he's like, okay, right.
Yeah, he's.
Yeah. Only if the sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say the presidency is an office under the United. Two reasons. Well, your little face box is above a big section of it, so I can't read.
Yeah, I'm reading it. I'll just read it to you. Don't worry. Okay, I'm just behind you. So, 1, the presidency is an office, civil or military, under the United States. 2, the president is an officer of the United States. And 3, the presidential oath set forth in Article 2 constitutes an oath to support the Constitution of the United States. We address each point in turn. The district court concluded that the presidency is not an office, civil or military, under the United States for 2 reasons. Anderson 3C Constitution. Okay. First, the court noted that the presidency is not specifically mentioned in Section 3, though senators, representatives, and presidential letters are. The court found it unlikely that the presidency would be included in a catch-all of any office, civil or military. Second, the court found it compelling that an earlier draft. I might put the arguments in here. So, lower court arguments against. 1 is they're saying presidency. Whoa, not wow. Specific.
Yeah, that's what I was mentioning before. That it's not exactly stated with the laundry list of other offices that are stated. They didn't say president.
Yeah, you'd think it would be, is basically what they're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Second, what's the second thing they said? They found it compelling that an earlier draft of the section specifically included the presidency, suggesting that the drafters intended to omit the presidency in the version that passed. Ooh, that's compelling. Previous draft of Section 3 included the president, suggesting the final draft was made a conscious
yeah, they're saying
effort
they deleted it for some reason.
Yeah.
Although I don't know what that reason would.
That would be good. Yeah. We disagree with the district court's decision, as our reading of both the constitutional text and the historical record counsel that the presidency is an office under the United States. with the meaning of Section 3.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so they could have removed it. The reason they could have removed it is because they already considered they considered it duplicative. So they could have been like, why are we having this in there twice? We already said an office of the president. We don't have to restate president.
Okay, so Supreme Court argument 4. Hang on. Court. Let me just go like this.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry, she's losing her mind. Frankie.
Wow. How do I put a bullet point backwards? Oh shit. Let's just go like this.
Papa.
That works. Okay. All right. Oh, that doesn't work at all. Okay, whatever. Fuck me. Okay, let's just go like this. All right. Let's do it later. All right. Supreme Court argument 4. Okay, so they're saying that section would be duplicative. Okay. President was removed because it was
I don't know I don't know that like that is the argument that I could see being made.
Oh, it sounds like okay.
You would have
They're not saying
to
okay.
dive into like you would have to actually like dive into like the historical records to see like that's some serious historical research.
Well, when interpreting the Constitution, we prefer a phrase's normal and ordinary usage over secret or technical meanings that would not have been known to ordinary citizens in the founding generation.
Yeah, so their argument is that we can't know that why. So you can't you can't rule that they removed it because they didn't want the president included because we just don't know that. We have no record of that. We don't know what. And there's no way to know.
There's no written record of why this omission was made. Okay. And I'll just add, we prefer phrases normal and ordinary usage over secret or meanings that have been known to.
So that's from the case that the state Supreme Court is using as precedent to overturn the lower court. That's the Heller. I actually posted that in your Discord the other day, and you were like, "Why would I read this? It's so boring."
True.
The Heller versus District of Columbia one.
Well, things have changed. You know, it's a news topic now. Dictionaries. From the time of the 14th Amendment ratification define office as a particular duty, charge, or trust conferred by public authority and for a public purpose. That is, undertaken by authority from government or those who administer it. Noah Webster, American Dictionary of the English Language 689. Also, Johnson's English Dictionary defining office as a public charge or employment magistracy. Okay. An office.
Just a fancy way of saying that at the time that they wrote the 14th Amendment, the way office was defined included the presidency.
Yeah, when the 14th Amendment was ratified. An office as your duty, charge, or trust conferred by public authority for a public purpose. Okay, that is undertaken by authority from. Okay. The presidency falls comfortably within these definitions. Okay. We do not place the same weight the district court did on the fact that the presidency is not specifically mentioned in Section 3. It seems most likely that the presidency is not specifically included because it is so evidently an office. Okay.
So they are making the harder. Just making
probably not included in the final draft
because it's apparent on its face.
Because it is so clearly presidency is so clearly an office. In fact, no specific office is listed in Section 3. Instead, the section refers to any office, civil or military. Yeah, okay. True, senators, representatives, and presidential electors are listed, but none of these positions is considered an office in the Constitution. Interesting. Is that true?
Yeah. But the presidency is.
Uh,
Called the office of the presidency.
They're not, okay. Senators and electors are listed, but none instead, senators and representatives are referred to as members of their respective bodies. Okay. And these are all just bracket stuff. Oh yeah, office, yeah. Indeed, even interveners do not deny that the presidency is an office. Instead, they assert that it is not an office under the United States. Okay. Let's go with that one. The presidency. Well, don't they say run for office? I guess that's just.
I mean, it's literally
so.
called like the White House stationery says like Office of the President of the United States.
Yeah, an office under. Their claim is that the president and elected members of Congress are the government of the United States and cannot, therefore, be serving under the United States. We cannot accept this interpretation. A conclusion that the presidency is something other than an office under the United States is fundamentally at odds with the idea that all government officials, including the president, serve we the people. Ooh. A more plausible reading of the phrase under the United States is that the drafters simply meant to distinguish those holding federal office from those held under any state. Okay. So under the
also, like, you could also think of it as the United States is not necessarily its government; it's the collection of it's we the people, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So the United States refers to we the people. Like, yeah, the United States refers to we the people who are served by the president. By the president, yeah. And more likely that under the United States was included, was worded this way to distinguish those in federal office from those under any state. Okay. This reading of the language of Section 3 is, moreover, most consistent with...
Wait, I have to go. My mom's about to walk in the door and dox me.
Wow. Okay.
All right. Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye. I'm on my own again, guys. This is the most unnecessary research I've ever done. It's interesting, though. I like it when I don't know a thing and then I know a thing. That's always just for if not for its own sake, you know? God. This reading of the language of Section 3 is, moreover, most consistent with the Constitution as a whole. The Constitution refers to the presidency as an office 25 times. Ooh. Well, that's just a fucking slam dunk. These guys are... I like how these guys are just debate bros. Listing out their shit. $25 times. The office of President of the United States. Yeah. And it refers to an office under the United States in several contexts that clearly support the conclusion. Oh, where did it say that? Why didn't they mention that? Oh, let's see. Consider, for example, the impeachment clause, which reads that Congress can impose, as a consequence of impeachment, a disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. Oh. And you can impeach a president. Oh. Wow. The impeachment clause. That's a fucking. They just keep on building and building and building. Can impose trust or profit under the United States. Okay. If the presidency is not an office under the United States, then anyone impeached, including a president, could nonetheless go on to serve as president. This reading is nonsensical, as recent impeachments demonstrate. The articles of impeachment brought against both President Clinton and President Trump asked for each man's removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. Articles of impeachment against William Jefferson. Wow, that's going back. Surely the impeaching members of Congress correctly understood that either man, if convicted and subsequently disqualified from future federal office by the Senate, would be unable to hold the presidency in the future. Let me see. How long does this section go for? Oh, God. It goes on for a while. They spend this long arguing that the president... that the presidency is an office under the United States. Bro. It's a fucking bulldozing. Until page 84, and we're on what? $10 pages. Bro. It's a short page, I guess. Okay. Similarly, the incompatibility clause states that no person holding any office under the United States shall be a member of either house during his continuance in office. To read office under the United States to exclude the presidency would mean that a sitting president could also constitutionally occupy a seat in Congress, as a result foreclosed by basic principles of the separation of powers. Okay. Oh. Wow. This is insane. It's crazy, chat. To read the presidency as something other than office in the United States would exempt the nation's chief diplomat from these protections against foreign influence. Okay. So we know that it's an office, and it's also referred to as an office under the United States. Okay. The district court found it compelling that an earlier draft of the proposed section listed the presidency, but the version ultimately passed did not. As a starting point, however, we are mindful that it is always perilous to derive the meaning of an adopted provision from another provision deleted in the drafting process. Okay. What makes an office under the United States and what doesn't? The United States is just, well, apparently the United States is just we the people. That's what that means. So you're serving the people. You're under the United States. We the people of the United States. Me. Me in particular, bruh. Okay. It's hard to glean from the limited available evidence what the changes across proposals meant. I don't think we need the rest of this. This is so autistic. Holy shit. Maybe I'll come back to it. Me, the people. True. I'll come back to that when I need to, and I'll get the Supreme Court opinion doc. Okay. Wow. Well, that was a big fucking mess. What am I doing now, guys? Shit. Gamers haven't been in office yet. I don't know. I think I might just make... I'm considering making... Oh, wait, to the Houthis. Okay. Bro, these guys are so funny. You were owned. Seethe harder. Don't stick to politics or law. You're bad at it. Oh, God. What are they even... The court did not say it had to have the specific intent of furthering. It actually said engaged in requires an overt involuntary act done with the intent of aiding or furthering. Oh God, what is this? Where are we at now? Pisco getting wrecked. Pisco getting pissed on. Fuck. This is horrible. This is absolutely outrageous, chat. What the fuck? How are we supposed to navigate that shit? I don't even... What? What's Vosh talking about? Come on. Give us the legal analysis, Vosh. I need it. Simplify it. Help me through.
We'll see, Mindforge. All right. Hold on. Sending that over to my beloved
We've
editors.
got another night.
Uh-oh.
There we go. We'll see, barely informed. Yeah, it doesn't matter, Ramwat. Again, conservative justices don't like they're court wizards. There's no actual consistency to their ruling. There's no point.
Okay, that's fine. What is this? Okay, so yeah, the Houthis. Let's talk about the Houthis. All right. The Houthis have been attacking commercial vessels in the Red Sea. I think one of them there's a video of them landing on a Japanese vessel on a helicopter and taking it over. And it's kind of causing a bit of a frustration because the Red Sea is where about 12% of global shipping moves through. And I think it's about 30% of, is it cargo shipping or something? I can't remember exactly. It's a lot anyway. Is it Red Sea? Can't remember the second category, that 30% thing. Yeah, it's 12% of global maritime trade. But I think it's 30% of a very particular, yeah, container traffic. So it's quite a lot. And it seems to be that they've reached a point of... they've reached the threshold of the United States sending a bunch of fucking ships and leading a 9 or 10 state coalition to go to the Red Sea to allow trade to continue, because a whole bunch of different countries have announced that they're going to stop doing trade in the Red Sea because they're afraid of getting attacked by the Houthis. So I don't know what we're going to see there. There was this big promo video of the United States sending a bunch of boats and people running over to their planes and shit. I was like, oh no. Completely forgot. It's been a little while since we've seen America flexing their guns. Yeah, the Cowboys coming in because someone done interrupted the flow of capital. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. Is this like an American promo video? I don't know where this is from, but
North threats to our nations, they don't sleep.
They're watching our every move. Iran, Russia, China, North Korea, ISIS, Al-Qaeda. They may be watching this right now. Our military should not be mistaken for a cable news gabfest show. We don't care what you look like. We don't care who you voted for, who you worship, what you worship, who you love. It doesn't matter if your dad left you millions when he died or if you knew who your father was. We have been honed into a machine of lethal moving parts that you would be wise to avoid if you know what's good for you. We will not be intimidated. We will not back down. We've seen war. We don't want war.
It's just that, like, the most powerful military in the world getting hype manned by, like, a UFC announcer. I don't know. It's so ridiculous. There were 2 phases to your operation. You had a good run in the fuck around phase. But I hope you're now prepared to step into phase 2 of your operation. The find out phase. God damn it. I don't know, guys. Houthis versus the United States. Who are we betting on? What are the odds? God. The fuck around phase. It's a strong W to the Houthis, I guess. They got that crazy video of them in a helicopter landing on a boat and taking it. I don't really know why that helps the Palestinian cause, but I guess it makes white people happy in America. On Twitch, makes them happy until they get banned. Bad Bunny joke. Yeah, I just, what the fuck? Who's gonna prevail in the find out phase? Oh no. All right. We still have like 15 seconds of hype left.
But if you want war with the United States of America, there's one thing I can promise you, so help me God. Someone else will raise your sons and daughters.
Yeah. Drinking dope, turn me to a superhero. Yeah. Hit that pill, turn me to a superhero. Yeah.
Eek. They're gonna bring some democracy to the Red Sea. Oh no. What a mess, man. What an absolute state. It's kind of scary, like, just Americans fighting with fucking
threats to our nations. They don't.
What's Bastani saying? Doesn't seem particularly cost effective for a few $1,000 drones. Let's see. Yeah, you sure they brought enough guys? We got to protect the international trade, though. We got movement of goods. And apparently, this is from, I don't know, someone sent me this in stream chat. From Bloomberg Television. Okay, I've never watched this before. Xi told Biden China will reunify with Taiwan. Okay.
We've got another nightmare scenario potentially, Katie Lyons, for this administration. NBC reporting this morning, just a bombshell story, that Chinese President Xi Jinping bluntly told President Joe Biden during their recent summit in San Francisco that Beijing will reunify Taiwan with mainland China. This according to 3 current and former US officials. Now, the timing has not yet been decided. Apparently, this is by peaceful means. Kelly, what's the reaction in Washington to this one?
Well, as you said, John, this is a major story because, of course, it comes at a time when China is seen as becoming more aggressive toward Taiwan, but also a time when the U.S. is trying its best to normalize relations with Beijing. As you said, this is a conversation that took place just over a month ago in San Francisco. Yes, timing is uncertain. Yes, Xi Jinping said he would prefer that this happen through peaceful means, not by force. But this really underscores how difficult the Taiwan issue is for this administration, which still technically abides by the one China policy, tries to exercise strategic ambiguity when it comes to Taiwan. But President Biden has also been on the record saying that the U.S. would come to Taiwan's defense if attacked. Attack, of course, would implicate that it is actually an attempt to take it by force. But still, this idea, John, that China does intend to actually bring Taiwan back more solidly into the fold, it creates a problem for the U.S. that is really trying to be supportive of democracy in Taiwan, but is really reluctant to weigh in on the independence question.
Breaking news.
Wow. It's all happening at once, guys. What is 2024 going to be like? I know America has announced support for Essequibo in Guyana. I think that's how you say it. Maybe. God. I'm in Kyiv, it's been happening. Oh yeah, Ukraine's still a thing, isn't it? We need to catch up on that again soon. Yeah, we had Azerbaijan and Armenia. Ooh. Think of the smaller wars that led up to World War II. Stop. What? Okay. I'm sorry, I don't care. I think Kosovo and Serbia. You think Serbia? I don't know. Serbia, it's difficult because Serbia saber rattles over Kosovo all the time, and there's always chaos at the border. I think there's a bit of an escalation earlier in the year, but I don't know. It's hard to tell when stuff just kind of happens all the time at a low level. You're just gonna have to wait for something to pop off, but eek. I'm just wondering. You picked a great time to start your American exceptionalism arc. Oh god, we're about to. Because I grew up with seeing America basically at their worst, right? At their most inexcusable with fucking Iraq and Afghanistan post 9/11. And then I guess there's the war in ISIS, which is a bit different, I suppose. War in Ukraine, kind of them taking the right side. Fuck knows where they go now. Not to mention the other European countries, right? I know that the EU unity is hardly... those guys aren't getting along too well. We had Britain leaving. We've got Hungary and Poland getting sanctioned because they're failing on human rights or some bullshit. And then we got fucking France saying that kind of going his own way, like with Macron. I don't know. Take the America pill. Afghanistan was just a war and Saddam was a monster. I don't really know if it's that simple for either of those countries. I mean, just a war. It's probably... Afghanistan was not a war. It was a nation-building project that failed miserably. That's what Afghanistan was. Yeah, I know Poland changed leaders. Yeah, I was talking about earlier on. With Guyana becoming a NATO member, they wouldn't be able to invoke Article 5. I mean, they would. They'd be able to invoke Article 5 if they were, if they're not occupied. But I don't think they've been occupied yet, have they? The DGGers have brought glory to the freedom to Lorna-Box's parliamentary monarchical disaster of a nation. I mean, we do have oil. You know, they might spread democracy to Scotland. We do have oil. But I don't really know if the Iraq war was the best way to deal with Saddam. I'm just saying. I feel like it was actually a pretty disastrous decision. How do you think Hassan feels about Kurdistan? The notion of Kurdistan was basically killed in the Paris Peace Conference. It was by the Sykes-Picot Agreement, because it just, those borders from post-World War I just split the Kurds across 3 different countries, and that was it. They were done. Nothing. No more. Kurdistan just kind of died on arrival, you know? Yeah, like... There are Kurds in Iran. I mean, they're mostly in Syria, Iraq, and Turkey, no? That's where most of them are. You think Colombia would help us in Venezuela? I know Colombia have had tensions with Venezuela for a long time, because I remember Hugo Chavez always talking about how he wanted peace with Colombia. But I don't know where we are now with that. Iraq was bad, but taking responsibility for generations of Afghani women and girls, then abandoning them as one of America's, it'd be just Afghan, it's not Afghani, is it? America's greatest sins? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was just a... I think with Afghanistan, it's just like, Afghanistan was fucked whichever way you look at it. That's just the fact. Just one of them was a 20-year occupation that got lots of civilians killed and kind of fucked America's reputation on the world stage for 20 years. So, I don't know. Okay. Do you think Hassan has the same fervor for his grandpappy's Armenian problem as he does for the Nakba? I have no idea what that means. Don't know. You think Afghanistan could have worked if Pakistan didn't actively fuel the conflict by funneling arms for 20 years? Maybe, but also the Taliban, as far as being able to create like a civil society where people generally had like roughly the same, because usually countries can survive. This is the way I see it. Usually countries can survive when the broader population has a few things that they all just kind of accept, right? Like free elections, like basic shared understanding of civil liberties, roughly shared understanding of what's legal and illegal, right? Roughly a shared understanding of, I don't know, like peaceful transfer of power. Just things like that. The problem is that even without Pakistan funding the supporting the Taliban, it's also the case that America's presence and their way of dealing with the Taliban, especially under people like Trump, was, you know, kind of similar to Israel, right? It was to be very, it was to forego the rules of engagement. It was to actually, they changed rules of engagement several times. There were bans on landmines that then got lifted, like that kind of shit. Yeah, they did a lot of that stuff. And then the fact was, and even people in the American army were saying this, that they were losing the war by killing civilians and creating more dissent and more people, more Taliban people. So it's very hard to build like a common national identity and kind of like shared values in that situation. How prevalent is stuff like anti-Semitic Mickey Mouse shows? Can you roll into some random Palestinian house, scroll through TV channels, and find some unhinged show like that? I don't actually know how prevalent it is. As far as I know, I don't think it's massively prevalent, but I think Middle Eastern media in general, like Arab Al Jazeera and all that, like a lot of this like general Middle Eastern media is, yeah, it's obviously going to be very, very anti-Israel. Yeah. But I don't think they're all sitting there watching Hamas Mickey Mouse. No, I don't think that's like the thing. What's this link? This is just about, I don't even know, Welsh budget, whatever. What the fuck is this? This is a video that's like an hour long. Israeli Jew in Palestine during the war, wanted and undercover. What the fuck is this? I don't think I'm going to enjoy this. I'll try it for like a minute and then I'll get bored. Let's see.
For the first time in my life, I'm wanted. This picture of me in IDS uniform has spread all around Palestine. So much so that even my Palestinian Israeli friends have seen it. Therefore, I got a clean shave, threw on some sunnies, and yallah, ala Falastin. Why is it so empty? Like, why nobody comes? Haram. شو اسمك؟ אז איפה כל המתנחלים? לא באו? מודיעין שלך. מצלם אותי במצלמה, הוא רצות של שאלות. זה פלסטין. זה ישראל kill Palestine. זה ישראל kill Palestine. עכשיו הייתי בישראל. Every tree has been cut down. Those are trailers. Once they put trailer, they claim the land. I'm Israeli. Yeah. I know you are. Welcome here. And I'm in Haifa. Hello. A house was bombed there today, and 2 days ago.
Ala Falastin means on top of Palestine, not to Palestine. Oh no! Is he going to speak bad Arabic and get killed? Oh no!
4 people were killed there.
بدهم يقتلونا، بدهم يذبحونا، بدهم يخلونا نهج لهالبلاد، لا يعني. يا عمره 86 وين بدهم؟
شو حلمك يعني؟
نعيش مبسوطين مرتاحين يعني.
All right, so we're leaving Tel Aviv right now. We're going to Ramallah. This is, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, this is Saud from Ramallah.
So I'll tell you the quick story. This guy has been donating to my Patreon for a while now, and we were chatting, kind of like pen pals, emailing each other and stuff. And he told me that he was coming to visit Israel and the Palestinian territories this October. And it just so happened that the war broke out.
Yeah, one thing distinguishes the Palestinian cities and villages is when you see green, and it's a little bit of a high green, that means it's a mosque. Mosques now are marked with a green color. So anytime you pass by a Palestinian village or city and the mountains, if from far away to recognize it's a Palestinian territorial area, you'll see the green mosque high, I would say the place where they do the azan.
The azan, the call to prayer?
Correct, the azan is the call to prayer.
I don't get it. So we didn't enter the Palestinian territories until now, or what? In 1995, Israeli Prime Minister
This is Oslo.
and PLO Chairman Yasser
Area C
Arafat
to
shook hands
B
in
or
Tabba,
A.
Egypt, and signed Oslo II, an agreement which divided the West Bank into areas A, B, and C. Area C, which 150,000 Palestinians and 400,000 Israelis call home, forms 61% of the West Bank and is administered solely by Israel. Areas A and B are subdivided into 165 enclaves of land that have no territorial contiguity and are divided by numerous checkpoints. It is legally a crime for an Israeli Jew, such as yours truly, to enter Area A. Oh yeah, so here we have an Israeli settlement.
That we want to report you.
Yeah, you see
But the soldiers will freak out, though.
We just passed an Israeli settlement, and I think I got it on camera. There were a lot of soldiers guarding the settlement. They're on high alert now because we're at war.
as you see on this road right here, this is actually 1 minute away from the entrance of Ramallah. It's so dark, and when you're driving down to your village or city out of Ramallah, you know, all of a sudden sometimes the soldiers will pop in front of you, and there's no flashlights or anything, and it's really dangerous because you don't know whether to stop or slow or keep going, and if you keep going you might get shot. So it's really dangerous, especially at the high tension time right now. So it'll be
This guy should collab with Traveling Israel. What the fuck, man? I don't think that would work out.
a lot hopefully better if any soldiers pop in between these street, you know, and dark, to have some flashlights to alert the people driving. I've been using the Palestinian rental car here in the Palestinian territory. It's a lot easier to move around in here.
Yeah, so this is a rental car from the Israeli airport, and then you use this when you move around inside Palestine.
Correct.
So here inside Palestine, I'm going to be driving this car with a green license plate. And then if I have to do any cheeky missions going back to Israel, then I'll take the yellow license plate. When you have a yellow license plate in Palestine, then you do get a lot of attention. It's a lot more likely that...
Gunshots as in there were bullet holes in the walls, like on the roads. Yeah, that's why.
The police will search you, and that's also why we were very careful with the weed that I smuggled from Tel Aviv. This is the hotel that I'm staying in. So I'm staying in the Palestine Plaza Hotel in the Palestine Trade Tower. It's the best hotel in Palestine. I'll show it to you properly tomorrow. How can I afford the best hotel in Palestine, you ask? Well, I can't. Let's just say that there's a lot of people in Palestine who like to watch my videos.
Oh. Wait, so someone got him this room? Okay. Oh, shit.
What can you see from here? Ramallah? Okay. On clear days, you can see Tel Aviv, no?
Whoa.
It's actually incredibly empty. Why is it so empty? Like, what?
That's it. Like, look at, just to show you the map. When you look at that on the map, Tel Aviv is way on the coast of Israel. It's like right on the edge, and Ramallah's there. So from one end, basically one end to the other, Ramallah's there and Tel Aviv is there. It's like almost the entire span of the entire width of it, right? It's the size of New Jersey, chat. It's like the size of New Jersey. God, New Jersey, chat. You could see Gaza from Tel Aviv Beach. Yeah, small region.
Why nobody comes? يعني فيش ناس بالهوتيل. ليش؟
You can see Nablus from the Jordan village of
ناس متحفش
Al-Jun.
من يعني راحت من جنين من
الحين اهل جنين ما يقدروا يجوا هون. جيروزالم ما بيجوا هون، اسرائيل ما بيجوا هون، from out of country ما يجوا هون، كله ما فينا فرق.
شكرا.
اللي بيجوا هون الموظفين you know who's working here from الله.
Okay. They don't play games here in Palestine. This whole thing is called breakfast.
Yeah.
All right, so I've come to Manara Square, Ramallah. This is where all the protests happen, the Lion Square, and it seems like they've already one-upped me. There's a professional TV crew over here. They probably came for the same reason. Do you know when people will start coming?
After half an hour.
Okay. And
Where can I find this? It's a channel called The Saluki. Only 50k subs.
do you reckon they will go burn tires later?
Yeah.
Which channel are you guys? Al Hurriya. Hello. Do you speak English? ولا أنا بدي واحد.
There's something maybe like there's something a bit disrespectful about this guy. Just fucking, because I'm guessing, is he Israeli or is he just like Jewish, or where's he from? He must be Israeli, right? Just like sneaking into the fucking West Bank, like into Area A. Going up and touching playing with his kafia and shit. Jesus.
وين محلات؟ مسكرة لا؟
He called himself an Israeli Jew. I missed that. So yeah. Okay.
شكرا. الله يخليك. السلام عليكم. فلسطيني صح؟ Okay. How much? كم؟
I wonder if he's going to give much of a backstory if anyone asks.
سيلفي؟ سيلفي؟ شو اسمك؟
Good.
Tamim? Ana Borges. It's a Friday, so as you can hear, there's a call to prayer. I believe after the prayer, everybody will come and start protesting.
Colonizer mindset. He's doing this in the war as well. He's doing this now. This video went up in December 18th, 2 days ago. Give me your kafia. I want to dress like Bad Bunny. Okay. Oh, can he not go and show people videos of Bad Bunny? Oh God. I want to see what they think. Shireen.
So I tried to get to the roof of this mall because I thought I could get a nice view of Manara Square over here. And I talked to the guard here and he said that it's basically become Al Jazeera's headquarters here in Palestine. And because it's Al Jazeera's headquarters, we have lots of photos of Shireen Abu Akleh, the Al Jazeera journalist that was killed. We're taking the stairs again because the elevator isn't working. But look at all these abandoned shops here in this mall. Imtam Jawzik Yamma. And here we have once again the lovely Shireen, the Palestinian-American Al Jazeera journalist. And then here at the top, we have the Al Jazeera logo and pictures of Shireen. Yalla, let's get out of here before they... I want to take a picture of the roundabout from the window. Is it possible? Yeah, the Manara. Yeah. Shukran. I'm from Argentina. Nice to meet you. Yeah.
It's big producer. This Nasser here.
Oh, yeah?
Okay. My name is Ramadanov.
Nice to meet you, sir. Yeah.
Okay, you can come
Thank you.
Outside in balcony. You can put it.
Thank you. So this is the Al Jazeera headquarters, basically. This is Manara at the Al Jazeera headquarters. Here we have the cops. I gotta be careful that the cops won't arrest me because I don't want to be arrested. Thank you. Okay, it seems like there's not much going on, and this happens every day. But my
I thought the whole area was carpet bombed. Guess I was wrong. Bro, he's in the fucking West Bank, you retard. What are you talking about? Like, he's in the West Bank. The war's happening in Gaza. Bro.
Habarat taxi just told me that there's something happening in Rimonim by Mr. Tanin.
Jesus Christ.
America? Argentina, I'm Argentine. Okay, so I'm on my way to Rimonim because I just saw, here it says, בעקבות ניסיון הרצח ופציעתו הקשה שהערבים ביצעו אתמול בחסות המסיק ליד רימונים, תושבים מבניינים יוצאים להפגנה היום בשעה 1:30 בכיכר רימונים. מנחה ותפילה לרפואת הפצוע במקום. So let's go.
Oh, hello, Gatsby Cat. How's it going? Wait, are we allowed to have Bad Bunny emotes in Twitch? Because she's... I don't know.
Yeah, أنا محتاج ريمونيم مش رامون. ريمونيم.
ريمونيم ايش ريمونيم؟ وين بده ينزل بالضبط؟ مش فاهم. لا أنا بقدرش أفوت على المستوطنة. أنا تاكسي عربي معي.
So just take me off. Tell him to just take me off, to put me on the road, and I'll take a normal taxi and a Jew taxi.
هو بده لو سمحت بس في الطريق للمستوطنة مش جوا، يعني بس في الطريق.
أنزله على شارع رئيسي وهو بركب مع حدا يعني رايح على المستوطنة.
Yeah.
Show him on the Google Maps location.
Okay, but he's not afraid or anything, right? This is turning into a bit of a nightmare to get there. I mean, look at the state of the roads. I wish I had one of the cars with me, but I walked to the square.
هسه وين هاي الطريق بتروح؟ مسكرة. She's مسكرة. She's
Okay.
closed, you see.
She's a walk. Okay. نفسي روح لحالي.
انا بقدرش انزله، حكيت هو بده يروح على رمونيم. وين رمونيم هاي؟
هودي هو العربي ولا
شو بعرف؟
هات معي.
Okay, يلا. This car has a yellow license plate, so we'll be better off. Ah, wow. Respect. Thank you.
Bro.
ريمونيم؟
ريمونيم. Yes. انت بتتكلم عبريت؟
كيف؟
انا كمان.
بصدر اخي. ما له مرتا ميكودم. ان بعيا ارجنتيني اسرائيلي ان بعيا.
كان.
بدوي. انا بدوي.
אתה בדואי?
بدوي تو דבר ככה יהודי, אם יהודי.
כן.
Interesting.
ערבי זה.
כן.
לא ערבי.
מה אתה עושה פה בשטחים?
וואלה, יש לנו כבשים, יש לנו זה, עובדים בישראל, במסעדה. הבעיה, הבלגן הזה, בעזה, זה סגר הכל. אין לנו עבודה עכשיו, רק כבשים. המצב על הפנים, מה נעשה?
מה אתה חושב על מה שקרה בעזה?
וואלה, עזה, מה אני אגיד לך, יעני? מג'נונים, באמת. מה עשו בלגן. למה אתה, יעני, מדבר עברית בבלגן הזה?
אבל אני לא מדבר עברית עם אנשים, אני לא מטומטם. תבין.
זה טוב. אתה על אחריות שלי עכשיו. אני אלך, אתה לא הולך. עכשיו אני שומר עליך מאוד מאוד.
תודה, חביבי.
עכשיו, אם אני עומד שם, ליד חנות, ליד...
Go back a bit, Loner. Why? He said, I'm Bedouin. No, I know. Are Bedouins generally considered Jews? They're like kind of like the traveler population to Palestine. They were Bedouins were part of the people who were kicked out of Palestine in 48. They went after the Bedouins to secure the Negev. I've never heard someone say that before. Is this guy trolling him? Oh no. They also have beef with the Palestinians. I know that the Druze have in the past. I don't know about now. I guess it varies. Like the first Bedouin I ever met was a guy in Discord who said he was a Bedouin. Maybe, yeah, and he was mental. He was an asshole. But yeah, I don't know. I guess they're probably quite varied. There are a lot in Israel. Yeah.
אם זה סגור אז יעני אין איך ללכת.
في מתי, יעני זורק אבנים.
כדור מתיצקר. אין, אי אפשר להגיע?
לא אחי. לא. יש לי נשק, זה צבא.
כן, אני רואה את החיילים שם.
הוא חושב אתה יש לך נשק.
כן, מכוונים עלינו, בוא ניסע.
Which made my mental like he was racist. Well, we banned him from Discord after he was saying that he wanted to throw all the Israelis into the sea. We kind of decided that was enough. And all the fucking soy lefty dipshits were defending him because said I was tone policing. Fuck off. There's some of the same people who actually would have complained about who would have complained about Rule 4 violations today. Yeah, fuck.
It's really hard to move around Palestine during war. Really hard.
אם אין בלגן, נרגם אללה לבית שלי 10 דקות.
כן.
עכשיו שעתיים, 3.
כן, ונגיד...
מירך אולי חצי יום.
Was there a Rule 4 today? No.
אני ישראלי, אני כתב. אני אראה תעודת זהות כחולה אם צריך, בסדר? יאללה, תודה.
שנחכה בו באוטו?
לא, אין בעיה, אחי, תודה. פה זה כיכר רימונים, יעני?
זה כיכר.
זה כיכר רימונים? אז איפה כל המתנחלים? לא באו? לא באו לעשות כאילו... לא משנה, איפה כל הישראלים? לא באו?
מודיעין שלך. מצלם אותי במצלמה, אני מתחיל לשאול שאלות.
אני מצלם את הכיכר. לא, יאללה, בוא ניסע.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Security man.
יש רק מתנחל אחד, הנה, זה עם הכיפה שלו.
איפה אתה רוצה לחזור עכשיו?
אני צריך לחזור לרמאללה, את האמת. ראית, השוטר לא אהב שאמרתי מתנחלים. So this is an Israeli road pretty much. You can tell by the... Well, it has better infrastructure, to be honest. But soon enough, we'll be back in Palestine. It looks like the Ramallah protests have started. I see a lot of fires over there. So we're going to go straight there when we get back.
אתה אין בעיה פה.
כן. לי, לא יודע, אם יש פה שוטרים בעיה.
למה?
כי אני לא אמור להיכנס, זה לא חוקי. וואי. כן. So as you saw, soldiers are blocking off all of the entrances so far. We're gonna try Kalandia now to re-enter Ramallah, and if that doesn't work out, I'm gonna have to spend the night in Tel Aviv. The soldiers would simply not let me in, and they might also even fine me or arrest me because it's illegal to enter Palestine, as you see in the signs. עכשיו אנחנו בקלנדיה, לא? ג'בה. אבל הנה, אני רואה פה חסום גם.
עוד 4 דקות, אחר כך קלנדיה.
הנה, בוא נראה. אני רואה אין פה חיילים הפעם. כן. אבל יש צ'ק פוסט, יעני, היו פה חיילים פעם. כן. וואי, תראה איזה בלאגן, כל מקום שרפות.
What the fuck is his music choice? Listen, he's a 50k sub channel. He's just getting into for a 50k sub channel, infiltrating Area A, staying in the fucking Ramallah Plaza because someone paid it for it. Did he say there were Palestinian viewers who like this channel? That's why he got to pay for it. I don't know. Fuck.
וואי, תודה. וואו. איזה כיף.
מפה לרמאללה 4 שקל.
4 שקל? 40.
לא 40, 4.
4.
אם יגיד לך לא, תגיד לו 4.
Okay. No way it's gonna cost 4 shekels. Yeah, but that's pretty much it. Now we see Palestinian license plates. That means that I can take a taxi back to Ramallah and I'm good. Oh, and here's the separation wall. Wow, look how
Jesus Christ.
this building is.
אבל תדבר באנגליש, לא בעברית, לא ביי.
So happy I made it back. I didn't believe that I was gonna make it back with all those soldiers.
There's fucking music as well. Like he's so happy to be back, to have broken back into Ramallah. 1 minute buying loaner hotel room in the West Bank, bro. I'll be fine. I got my fucking Middle Eastern name on my passport. They won't fuck with me. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck I would do there though. What's the point?
فيش عقد فيش ورقه فيها هاي عدوها عشان ما تغطيش عليهم. From this
Someone in my stream chat, Lonerbox, I know who you're talking about. I talked to him a bit and he did seem to have a superiority complex over the Falahin in Palestine. Is this a Bedouin thing? No, it's not a Bedouin thing. That's just, he's just the first Bedouin I met. I don't think he represents them at all. Yeah. I had the exact same amount of experience with Bedouins as the guy, as that one guy and this video. The pushing Israelis into the sea thing is probably not a cool thing to have said, but they did ethnically cleanse his village twice and the IDF just barged in randomly to harass them. So I understand the disdain, still not a very good thing to say. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I have to run a Discord, you know? Yeah. At the end of the day, I have to run a Discord. Yeah. And I can't have people being assholes.
فورم كل فلسطين ده إسرائيل كل فلسطين ده إسرائيل كل فلسطين في غزة أتنا في غزة building إزلاو كسام in building not people in building
نفسي رايح على رامالله من هون تاكسي في تاكسي
لا من تاكسي من هون على رامالله
شكرا فيش تاكسي
قديش بياخذوا
بدك 50 شيكل يعني
اطلع
في مخصوم في جندي فيش جندي يعني فيش
الجندي محل ما كنت واقف في كلنديا
اوكي
هلا في رام الله في جيش بس بعيد عن رام الله
رام الله جندي يعني من فلسطين Palestinian Authority ولا انت تاكسي وبس يعني ساعدني.
There was the deprogrammed psycho subreddit saying your family is CIA terrorists, claim to post your real name but could be wrong. Oh no, it's gone around for a while, is it? Fucking let me see. Well, what are they gonna? It's so weird that why do they think the people who did the Beirut massacre were from the CIA? Is it just every militant group they don't like is CIA? Everyone who does a bad thing is CIA. What a fucking stupid... Yeah, that's the deprogram for you, though. I don't think the CIA had anything to do with the thing that my family's been accused of by people on the internet. Oh, God. Dumb as fuck, man.
أنا تاكسي بجوا هاي سيارة تاكسي
اوكي
بس جوا عند بإسرائيل
في إسرائيل يعني
بس طبعا جوا بالقدس أنا مش إسرائيلي
انا فلسطيني
فاهم
بس هلا اغلبيه الجمعيات تسوي هذا بيشتغلوا برا يعني في تل ابيب في
فاهم بس عندك
هي
يعني
مدينه يعني هي مدينه فلسطينيه طبعا وليس اسرائيل. العرب بشكل عام الفلسطينيه والهيك هلا ما بيامنوا باليهود ما بيامنوا باسرائيل بس طبعا هلا احنا شغلنا مش معهم بس شغلنا بنشتغل عشان مصلحتنا وعشان رزقتنا بنشتغل في الداخل.
ناس منيح في تل أبيب؟ لا. I'm finally back in Manara Square, but it looks like everybody left. Oh. I just bumped my leg. It looks like everybody left. I'll try and find out where they went or if people even came here. English?
Yes.
Yes? Did people come here today? To Manara? No, nothing today. אתה עובד בישראל או כן? איפה?
אני עובד בירושלים. יכול להיכנס לישראל עכשיו?
עכשיו? עכשיו הייתי בישראל. עכשיו. הלכתי לצלם מסתוטנים.
إذا بيشوفوك في هاي المستوطنين مشاكل.
Yeah, I know. I know. يلا حبيبي أنا رايح هوتيل. شرفنا يا شباب. So as they said, I didn't miss out on anything. That's Kikar Manara behind me and nothing happened here today. The olive tree is seen by many Palestinians as being a symbol of nationality and connection to Palestine because of their slow growth and longevity.
Every tree has been cut down.
By who?
No dejaron ni un árbol sin cortárselo.
Pero ¿quién son los Mistartenin?
Do whatever you want. Who else comes in here other than the settlers?
So Richard has picked us up in his 4x4 because we're going off-road here.
Yeah, I put it on 4x4.
Yeah.
It's on 4x4.
Yeah. We're going off-road here in the Palestinian countryside. As you can see, this is what the roads look like. But you wanna introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is in Arabic, and I was born Rashad Saoud. In English, in 1965, when I was naturalized as a U.S. citizen as Richard Saoud. That's a week before I enlisted in the Army of the United States of America, and I served honorably for 3 years.
In the Vietnam War, you said?
Yes, in Vietnam War, all right.
Bro. That guy had a wacky life. What the fuck?
Told him be careful from settlers because
What a strange life trajectory.
Most people don't care. I mean, because of fear. They don't pick their olives because they fear of being attacked.
So people just leave their olives just like that?
Just leave their olives.
And you've been attacked as well?
Yes. My farm.
Dude, yeah, I'm glad I didn't bring my car.
Pardon my French. Pardon.
This all belongs to our relatives on both sides.
Yeah. So in front of us is a settlement where they come from. Do you know the name of the settlement?
It goes from here to Ramallah and does it over there. That's the house of my sons over there, right across from them. You see it?
Yeah.
That's for my daughter and my two sons built homes right over there.
Nice. Do they live in America or here?
They live all in America with all their children. They're not here now. They're too scared to come back.
Oh, I see.
Look where they're expanding their settlements outside. You see those they're expanded all over there.
Where? I can't see, like, where are the actual houses?
To the left, all the way to the left.
Those are trailers.
Oh, I see. Yeah, those.
Oh, okay. Once they put trailers, they claim the land.
What happens if we drive there to...
Bro, fucking trailers. That's what I'm talking about. That's where... I don't know. Those trailers, I feel they just need shifted like a few dozen miles over the green line, you know? Just like... yeah, tow them. Illegal parking.
Where the caravans are.
I don't want to get beat the hell out of me or have my truck broken up.
They'll come themselves, you're saying.
Of course.
If you want to meet
A few dozen miles of the sea. Nah, it'd be over the green line, no? I mean, you could put the trailer in the sea. It's a trailer. I ask again, if there's a law banning Israelis from entering to Palestine, then how does settlements happen? Do they enforce that law selectively? No, Area C of the West Bank is controlled by Israel. So Area C is in the West Bank, i.e. Palestine, but when they say entering Palestine, they mean entering like Palestinian governed territory, like areas A and B. So Or this. So all this white shit here, that's controlled by Israel. So the Israelis can go from here to here, and then go all the way through this area. And then area B is, I think, where the PA controls civic affairs and Israel controls security affairs. And then the area A is when the Palestinian Authority controls civic and security. So it's, yeah, basically. So it's area A that the Israelis can't go into. And I think, oh, I guess they can go to B, but I don't know how that works.
They will come, yeah, uninvited. I'm sorry to say it, they are fanatics. Extreme right fanatics. They're running in.
Isn't it illegal mostly because every time an Israeli gets abducted or killed, the IDF thinks it has to kill like 1,000 Palestinians? It's a very, yeah, like, I would say that is a hyperbolic way of phrasing basically what Israel's ethos is, yeah. Israel's approach is very much, oh, you tried to fuck us? Well, we are going to actually fuck you 100 times harder than, like, yeah, than you could ever, yeah, that's, yeah, basically.
Packs to destroy farms, destroy homes, like rabid dogs. Write it down, like rabid dogs. They come and swim in this well. It's my cousin who owns it. They, young guys, they come and go and then swim in the water.
They swim in here?
Yeah. No, not water. They go in there and swim because
where the
yeah, there's 6 or 7 feet of water.
wait, can I jump in?
Yeah.
Wanna
They break
jump?
the lock. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right there. They go inside this wall and swim the settlers. Unbelievable.
Oh, what the fuck? Why would anybody want to swim?
The fuck?
Yeah, let me try it out. No, I'll just go down.
This music is so out of place.
There's cobwebs in here. It seems like nobody's been here for a while.
Oh, I can't believe you're going down there, man. That's where the settlers actually come and take a shower in this local well.
What the fuck?
He jumped in the water. How deep is it?
Pretty deep.
Did you reach it with your feet?
No.
Oh my goodness. You're brave.
Just to understand the situation here, because of the settler violence, then there were Palestinians picking olives. And the only people that would go swim in a well in the middle of the day here are the settlers. So they saw us and they ran away.
You see all those trees, they have been abandoned by Palestinians because it's proximity to the road and to the settlers. They've been abandoned. Look, you can tell they've been abandoned.
Can you tell me about the water situation since there's a well? How often do you get water in the villages here?
Once a week, 1 day a week.
Oh my goodness.
While in the settlements, water is flowing and lawns, whatever, all day long, you know, never cut off. But us, 1 day. After that, if you don't have tanks to store the water for the following week, you're out of water.
Oh my goodness.
And that's Palestinian water from Palestinian land they're taking. Look, this stuff been abandoned. Look, you see, it's not even, I think, it's not been abandoned because fear of
The settlers were beaten
settlers.
up.
Yeah.
They actually
Look,
have beaten up some people.
many people, they come into cars fully and they park on the freeway and then walk from here.
Oh my goodness. With guns?
Of course, it always armed.
Would the Israeli police interfere if they called?
They just watch.
Do they
The
push them back?
army goes behind them and guard them, and they just watch.
This is the Israeli highway.
Is that another village over there?
That's Burqa. You know, one of my workers got killed 3 months ago. It's Qusay.
A settler killed him or a soldier killed him?
No, the settlers, and they know who he is and they know his name. He have taken land above there on the hill with a herd of sheep that some American organization supply them with, and they go and put a tent and tend to their sheep, and thus preventing the local people from taking their sheep.
Even though they own the land?
Even they own the land.
They're not allowed to.
Yeah. And this guy who have tent and own sheep, he's the one of the 2 that killed Qusay.
Have they ever filed a complaint to the police, the Israeli police?
Did they file a complaint about Shirin Abu Akleh? They're immune.
How about the Palestinian police? Do they help?
Palestine cannot interfere. This is Area C, still under Israeli occupation.
This is Area C, this is Village 2? This Village 2 is Area C, or
just inside
just
the
where
village?
this highway is?
Yeah. No, just, okay. They cannot get...
Production of goods is being interrupted by the settlers. Seems like America could spread some democracy. I mean, I keep saying, like, if they can get rid of, if Israel actually succeeds in getting rid of Hamas, and Hamas loses control over Gaza, then like there's just no more excuse. Like America should just fucking I don't know, just spread some democracy to the Israeli government. I don't know. God.
Building license, they cannot build homes.
Yeah.
62%.
Under military law, right?
62% of Palestine after the Oslo agreements is under Area C.
Can you build a house in
You
here?
cannot build a house. You will not get a license because the Israeli authorities will not give permits for houses. They will not.
Even though you own the land.
And after a while said, hey, you're building without a license. They come and demolish it.
Yeah.
They will give you a license. When you do, it's an illegal building. They will demolish it.
How do they come and demolish? Because I was in Hollandia refugee camp yesterday and they had an airstrike.
Okay. How they demolished? Maybe 4 or 5 jeeps full of soldiers, followed by a big D9 bulldozer, who's just come and demolish the house. And while he's demolishing it, he's protected by the army. I'll show you some location where they demolished it. I will show you.
Really?
Yeah. And the owner of the houses he was building was demolished. Is an American citizen of Palestinian descent.
How old are these olive trees? Thousands or hundreds of years?
Oh, the new ones maybe 100 years, but the bigger ones hundreds and hundreds of years, because olive trees can live for thousands of years. See, this is the farm where they cut every single olive tree, every single
All
one.
of these trees were cut by the settlers?
Yeah. This
Show him, I have the farm.
This is where they came through, from here. They didn't leave
is that where did they enter?
from here.
I wonder if Palestine opens for peace, what kind of message does that send to countries, to Russia and China warring Ukraine and Taiwan? What do you mean? I think if Palestine opens for peace, somehow, if assuming there's a consolidated authority over Gaza and the West Bank, which there hasn't been since 2006, 7. I think it would make it very hard for Israel to keep up a front on the world stage of rejecting that after everything that's happened. Now they can say, "Oh, make peace with Hamas," and it works. You know, they all like their people are going to vote for right wingers. The rest of the world will tolerate it because no one likes Hamas and no one likes the Houthis and no one likes Iran. So yeah, they get away with it now. But if there was actually like a Palestinian movement across both of the both Gaza and the West Bank together, and they were vying for peace, it's like that would make Israel look fucking horrible. Even in the eyes of people like places like America. But I don't know. I don't even know if like maybe Israelis would just keep on voting right wing anyway because they wouldn't buy it. I don't know.
From here.
You saw it when you came back.
Yeah. So they have they come with pliers.
They come with pliers.
This is Richard's farm, and because of that tax, he's put barbed wire all around it. But senators still came here and attacked his farm and cut the barbed wire.
See, this is all the trees that had been cut. They put them and dumped them in here.
So the settlers came over here and they cut his barbed wire fence. As you can see, he's already repaired it partly, and they did it here because it's the lowest point to enter the farm.
Come on over here, you guys.
Coming. Beautiful farm, man.
To me, that's like my babies. I take care of them. I plan in them. I care for them, and I really love that. No, I'm a farmer. I'm an avid farmer. I like to grow things and see them develop and get bigger. And they came through here at night.
Where were you when they attacked?
Nighttime, home.
But did they also like attack you physically or just the trees?
I wasn't here.
Oh, I see.
It's at night with nobody's around except them.
But you don't sleep in the farm, huh?
No, I never. No, I don't sleep in the. I just come here to tend to my trees, to
Yeah.
have parties, to barbecue, to do things.
Yeah.
Look where they broke all this. Is very hard to replace.
Oh, yeah, they broke the
Look,
glass.
they broke this.
Yeah.
I think they were jealous of how beautiful it was, honestly.
This is the glass that they broke, yeah.
Yeah. They just broke the faucets off, so all the water in all those tanks.
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of these like communities in even in the UK where especially this was a big thing in the 60s and 70s when Indians and Pakistanis and like people from South Asia often would move to the UK into these neighborhoods, and then the people who lived in those neighborhoods would just make it their mission to get them out, you know? And obviously they didn't want to go to jail, so they would just do little things like they would egg their windows or they would like slash their tires and just do all this crazy like horrible shit. And the whole point was just to get them to move, like to claim their community, like just to, it's so gross. Like just imagine like fucking every other day. I'm trying to think today if I just woke up and I come over to my computer to do fucking editing and like, oh, some dickhead is just like deleted deleted one of my fucking hard drives. Like, oh god, like that would just make me so fucking mad. Like Jesus Christ. And this is like every day for decades. And that's what like the whole point is. Like the whole point of settlers doing this is to get people to eventually give up and move in towards area B and A, right? Like you guys in your chat, I don't know what the fuck you guys do for a living, but imagine you've got your little chair, right? Where you watch YouTube or where you watch me on YouTube or any other stupid streamers. Imagine that, like you just fucking, you know, you want to sit down with your little iPhone, watch a stream, and then oh, someone's like sawn through the legs of your chair. And it just collapses, and you're like, "Fuck's sake!" And it's someone did it so that they could get you to move house. Jesus.
See those 5 tanks over there? When they broke it off, look at the water that's been got out of there. This orange tree was nice, it's thriving. They broke it. This is Jawava, guayava tree, split it in half. They must have been in a hurry.
This is the guayava?
Jawava, guayava. No, this is guayava. In Spanish, guayava.
Guayava.
Yeah, see this?
This happened before the war, actually.
Wait, this is in 1st of October.
The war never ends, huh?
Or maybe around 20th of September. See, that broken thing was like this over there.
Yeah.
They broke it off, so all the water seeped from the water tanks, and we lost the water. And I have 2 barbecues. That one was full of coal. Here, they tipped it over. That barbecue, they tipped it over, and that one there.
Oh, this one.
You know, they tipped it over, full of coal. You know, that's what we use when we come in here. Come and look at the view from here, of Deir Dibwan. Look at the beautiful town.
Oh, this is Deir Dibwan, yeah.
This is 95% American citizens.
Palestinian Americans.
Palestinian Americans, and most of them were, you know, Americans born in America, of Palestinian descent.
What the fuck? Yeah. There's a town in the West Bank where it's 95% Palestinian Americans. I did what? How many people live there? Right of return in action. I mean, they're going to West Bank, so it's a partial right of return. Had 1,100 Muslims, 2,045. He could be exaggerating. I know. I think I've seemed to notice. Maybe this is just my limited experience, but I feel like it's my dad and my dad's friends. Whenever they would say like 99% or 95%, they really just mean a lot. Like it could be just a surprising amount. Oh, wait, did they say America? Oh, they didn't even mention Americans here. Living abroad. Okay. Okay.
Come
This we
closer.
built it out of pieces of rock.
Yeah.
Inside is built out of pieces of rock, and it's thick and very cool in here. When we have barbecue party, we take out the tables and the chairs and we sit and we barbecue and have a good time.
You're afraid to come to the farm?
Yeah, I'm afraid because those settlers are so, how do I tell
Aggressive?
you, give it to you, so aggressive, they don't care who
Is
you
it justified or not just? It's not justified, of course.
are. Well, to them it's justified.
If I would ask a settler why are you doing this, what do you think they would reply?
This is our home since 2,000 years ago. This is our promised
They'd
land.
say read book.
This is our land. Those Palestinians,
Read book.
those animals, those non-human beings don't belong here. They are devoid of apathy. They don't have any, because when you kill somebody or do something, why? You don't know him. He never did anything to you. Why would you do him harm?
Innocent.
It has to come out from outside.
Like American
Because they
Palestine,
always think the same, whether they're on the right or the left. The occupation, they're all for it. Shimon Peres, he's the one who started the settlements program. And all the Israeli following leaders, they're all, whether on the right or the left, their governments, they're all supported the occupation.
Do you think if there's a moderate Israeli government?
Never, 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 never. The moderates just as much pro-occupation as the others. They'll never get out of here.
I think if there's an Israeli moderate
Never.
government.
Modern people, Israelites,
Yes.
they're all for occupation.
But what happened in
Giga
South
Chad.
Africa? They were all very aggressive. Then they had
You know
a
why?
moderate
Because
government.
the whole world came against apartheid. The whole world. And unless the whole world comes again against apartheid, nothing's going to ever change. Just the status quo for another 1,000 years.
You think we can share the land, maybe?
Unless there's a one country for all, with equality for all.
It's going to be
or
hard to have
a two-state solution. There's no other way.
A two-state solution or one-state solution? You said
Well,
two-state.
America's been giving it lip service. They do nothing.
Saying it but not doing anything.
I see.
Two-state solution, and they supply Israel with airplanes, bombs to kill us, billions of economic aid.
If he goes and meet a settler, what would you like him to ask?
Don't waste your time with him.
Yeah.
Do not waste your time trying to talk sense with a settler. This is our sacred land.
No, I'm
the
going.
land of Israel, the land of David, the land of Moses.
This guy's popping off.
Yeah.
They'll never talk sense to them. If they had any sign of empathy, they wouldn't come and take somebody's land.
So they have no common sense, basically.
It's not common sense.
That's
It's not
the-
common
the
sense.
whole
It's that's
thing.
what they believe in.
In the
Over
background.
there, I have bees, honeybees. 6 months ago, they came at night. They cut the fence of my neighbor. They came in and destroyed all the bees. They opened the box and threw them in the wall. When we came, there was no bees.
So now there's.
This is the world David wants. I'm joking. It's obviously okay. You don't blame him for. How did he end up in America fighting Vietnam War? Okay. Would you like to debate a settler for content? Yeah. I mean, literally, you can see even Israelis, like liberal Israelis, asking settlers why they're stealing Palestinian land. And they're just like, yeah, it's in the book. They think it's a stupid question because it's not Palestinian land. Yeah. It's just land that happens to be lived on by Palestinians. Then it shouldn't be. That's how they see it.
No bees at all?
No, I bought some new hives.
Yeah, here they are. And I don't think I'm insured here. And I've never been stung by a bee before, so let's get out of here.
They are the protectors of the thing. If you come close, they'll attack you.
Yeah, these ones.
Yeah. If you come too close, they will attack.
Enlisting is easier past
Careful,
citizenship.
now,
Okay.
Right now, I spent so much money developing this thing. So much money, over $100,000. I spent on this 3/4 of an acre farm. I have fruits of all kind, olives, trees, grapes, you name it, I have it here. And those trees are just a year and a half old because I gave them so much good care, they grew up fast. This is firewood, so when we have barbecues, we use firewood for the barbecues. When I invite 30, 40 people, sit down and enjoy and have good times and a big barbecue and their children playing in the play.
Wow, that's beautiful that you built that, yeah.
Whoa.
Are they mostly villagers, the people that come for the barbecue? Or
Only from there, the one.
from all this village, they
Yeah,
one?
people I know. people I like to invite.
Are we invited?
Well, you are. If you want to bring your friends and have a party, you're more than welcome.
So are Palestinians welcoming people or no? Foreigners?
Palestinians are welcome all foreigners who are not aggressive to them.
What if I was Israeli?
What if you were Israeli? I like to have Israeli friends.
Yeah.
I once online I bought 3 hives of honeybees from an Israeli guy in Petah Tikva. Him and his wife were very nice, and I went and visited him, and they sold me the honeybees, and they gave me some fresh avocados, and I wanted to make friends.
So you think
Suddenly, they will not answer my emails or phones or nothing.
Okay.
I was sad
Yeah.
because I wanted to make contact with Israelis and make friends.
Well, I'll answer your emails. I'm Israeli.
Yeah, I know you are. You're welcome here.
How do you know?
How the
Any
fuck?
people coming in peace to my home or to my peace are welcome, as long as they are not armed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Armed
I
with a
welcome
camera.
them.
Thank you.
After I left the United States Army, 5 years, 1971, I left. I became a police officer.
In the U.S.?
Oakland, California.
Yeah.
And it's not that easy to become a police officer.
How was that?
I loved it.
Oh, that's him when he's a policeman.
In Oakland, California, 1973. Soldier in the United States Army.
Yeah. This was during training or during the
No, this was in South Korea, 1968.
1968.
Yeah, because the army sent you to.
I'm almost annoyed that Donovan's banned because he'd be calling this. He wouldn't say it because he's a coward, but he'd be calling this guy an Uncle Tom right now, wouldn't he? That's what he would say.
They want to.
Yeah.
Listen, remember this: the West, including Europe, America, Canada, has been literally hijacked by Zionists.
Ooh.
Totally.
How so?
Totally hijacked. They own all the media and the Benjamins. And if you own both,
The Jews, you mean?
Oh, their support.
the Jews in America and the West.
But do you think like the Jews control the West and America?
Of course, they own all the media, and it's all pro-Israeli.
No, what about?
And a whole billions of Benjamins.
Shut.
Yeah. But there's lots of anti-Israel media.
Yeah, but those don't matter. They're too little,
small?
too small.
Yeah.
The liberal pacifist Israelis, they have no value to them. They're a minority. They're called traitors by the Israelis.
They're called traitors?
Yeah, they're traitors. You know who's my greatest international hero? Yes, Che Guevara, vive! ولاد عمنا بس مسالم محترم.
Oh, you just told him I'm Jewish?
Yeah, well, listen, even if you tell them Jewish, they're welcome.
Oh, okay.
They are not fanatics.
Okay.
Believe me.
What's your name?
My name's Abu Karam, Abdulaziz.
Abu Karam. أنا بتكلم شوي عربي.
حياك الله.
You're supposed to bring balance to power. I mean, it's one step at a time, guys. All right, Jesus. Don't worry. Don't worry about it.
أنا من حيفا. حلو.
أهلا وسهلا.
شكرا.
مع السلامة.
مع السلامة.
You know what settlers are doing? They wait until those guys pick the olives, put them in sacks, and they come in to grab them and steal them.
Oh my goodness.
It's
Now Donovan loves
it,
this
man.
guy.
Who's gonna
Ah.
put him to trial?
I know.
All the inhabitants are not there. Here they're not there. There they're not there. Everybody's in America. She has 5 kids in America. This is abandoned. 5 brothers are in America.
So how come the one is so American?
Because all of his sons and daughters immigrated to America because of poverty.
Yeah.
No economic thing, no jobs for them, so they go to America.
That's really interesting because.
And then when they have some money, they come and marry a girl from their one. Like
what is
you.
interesting is that nowadays,
then,
you
yeah.
said it was poor. Nowadays, if you say in Palestine that you're from Dir one, you're treated with respect. You're like an elite Palestinian. This is a.
Yeah, because they send remittances to their relatives here, and they come and build homes.
Yeah.
I built that house in 1979. Mine.
This one?
Yeah, that's my house. And I bought that Mercedes from Tel Aviv in 1998.
This one?
Yeah. In his wedding.
When I got married.
He used it for 3 days on his wedding.
Wow.
Yes,
nice.
you. I really appreciate it.
And I sponsored my uncle, his father.
He got my dad to America.
From Brazil to America, and my uncle brought all his family to America.
Yeah.
I sponsored him.
Correct. He's a legend, Palestinian guy who helped a lot of people to actually migrate to America. He actually one time shipped a car to Beirut, Lebanon, and he drove from Lebanon to Durban, right?
Yeah.
What?
That's 1963.
1963.
A year before I joined the United States Army.
Yeah.
I'll show you my stash. not heroin or crack, stash of food. This is where I export.
Heroin or crack.
Me and my wife do all the food.
You can tell he's been to America.
Olives from this year we did green olives. This is olives from last year, just as good. And this is we do pickles, stuff like that. Honey from the trees. This is, they call it in America, purified butter.
This is the honey from the bees?
Yeah. You can take it if you want.
Oh, thank you. How are you?
No, you can take it really. Take it.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is jalapenos I grow and make them pickled jalapenos.
Wow.
And I would like to do things on our own, and we're old-fashioned. This is mlokhiyya, dried mlokhiyya. Arabs love mlokhiyya. It's a kind of a green vegetable. Mlokhiyya. Egyptians love mlokhiyya.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, now here is fresh picked olive oil. There is 15 kilos, about 33 pounds in each one of them.
Jesus.
What we're going to ship to America.
For selling or for your mates?
For my family. You see this 120 sacks of compost to put in my farm, made in Israel. And this, I buy it from the factory to fill them with olive and give them away to the poor.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And this, freshly, freshly squeezed olive oil, about within 3-4 days. It's yours.
Wow. Thank you so much.
4 liters in here. 4 liters. When it's fresh, it's kind of a little bit bitter, but the bitterness will go away.
That's very nice.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm gonna need a suitcase to go back to Israel.
My phone charge. I'm like my phone. My phone charges, and by noon it's gone.
Yeah. How old are you?
81.
Oh, I see. Okay, so let's try out the honey. You can share like gum. Look how beautiful.
Can I bring a little spoon?
Yeah, of course. I would love that.
How's he kept like all his hair basically at 81? What the fuck?
100% pure honey.
He will take you for lunch if you come to Haifa, huh?
No,
Yeah.
I'm not interested in going away because
You don't want to come to Haifa?
No, I don't expect any friendly people on the way, back way, road checks, nor blocks, and even my Israeli passport. Some soldiers.
You have an Israeli passport?
No, Palestinian.
Oh.
I mean, American passport. Israeli army.
So you don't
put it
feel
on the ground
welcome
and they
to
stepped on it on the American passport.
You don't feel welcome
Jesus.
going to
No,
Israel?
no.
Is there a lot of...
I feel like they are. I'm sorry to say that they're fanatics.
All people?
No.
The soldiers and
They are soldiers, government,
Yeah.
police, settlers. Even
There's some
even
good ones.
majority of the Israeli people are for occupation.
Here, this is a lot of olive oils.
Listen, when we give something, we don't expect nothing in return. I didn't sell you this thing.
I know, I don't want
I
to be rude,
gave
but,
it to you as a present, and it's shameful for me to accept money that I gave it as a present.
Wow, it's beautiful.
Whoa.
You see, I knew that he wouldn't like me offering him money for the gifts, but I just wanted to show the world what happens when you offer a Palestinian money for their hospitality, for their generosity. And that's why you see in my videos that people give me stuff and I don't pay them or anything because they would just get mad probably. Sometimes I try. Welcome to Palestine.
Fucking trans rights crab and
So we're
Twitch
going to
chat.
Jalazon refugee camp. A house was bombed there today, and 2 days ago, 4 people were killed there. So we'll see. They want revenge. We'll see what happens.
Whoa, this section's gonna be fucking banging. Oh god. Are we in
Yeah.
Bad Bunny's living room?
Assalamu alaikum.
Oh,
Marhaba.
shit. Wonderbox, I got Discord now. I want to talk to you about your homeland, Lebanon. Okay, yeah, fucking discord.gg/lonerbox. I'm sure it'll be fucking riveting. I'm in. Just go in the waiting room.
Wow. They still have the coffee here.
I wouldn't really call it my homeland. Never even lived there. Just visited a few times.
So the reason I'm not covering my face with a cloth is because we don't want to attract too much attention. So I'm just going to blur it this time. Wow, this is very recent. Look, I think this might even still have coffee.
What the fuck? Why did he pour it like that?
Yeah. And here we have some fresh coffee. We've got lots of eyes on us, so let's go and talk to them or get out of here.
Marhaba.
Marhaba.
سريع عن صار اليوم كيف ليش نزل البيت هون اليوم؟
والله هذا الشاب المحترم الشيخ باجت نخلي
نعم
هذا قبل اسبوع اجوا اعتقلوه
نعم
وادعوا انه الزلمه ارهابي وحماس ومش حماس
نعم
فكنا مستهدفين
نعم
لا تبع حماس ولا تبع الدنيا
نعم
فمن الحقد اللي فيهم
نعم
فرنوا عليهم قالوا لهم اخلوا الدار
اليوم
امبارح
ايوه
قالوا لهم اخلوا الدار ففكرنا انه بمزحوا
نعم
ما شفنا الساعه 3 الصبح حتى ببدايات وهجرنا
حاصروا المنطقه
سكروا المنطقه وبلشوا ضرب فيها
انت عايش هون؟
ابني وهذا البيت بيتي
نعم
هم نعم هذا زلمه بيصلي بيعرف الله ماشي دغري فالاحتلال هذا بيعرف انه هذا حماس فمش قصه شغله حماس ولا قصه كذا كل الشعب الفلسطيني مستهدف من الاحتلال هذا لانه هذا مش احتلال هذا مجرم يعني هذا انسان قتل الاطفال في غزه بيرمي عليهم قنابل طب الطفل شو ذنبه الطفل اللي عمره سنه هذا براجم يا اخي في ناس بتدافع عن ارضها بندافع عن اقصانا بندافع عن بلادنا
نعم.
هذه بلدنا وين نروح احنا وين نروح احنا عشنا هنا انا عمري 48 سنه وانا عايش في المخيم
And you were born here as well.
بالجلزون انا اصلي من بيت نباله لاجئ طردونا من بيت
Do you understand why Israel demolishes people's houses like that? Like if he's a terrorist, arrest him, wherever, but why destroy the buildings? Oh, because I told you a million times, Israel's ethic is if you try to fuck us, we're going to fuck you 10 million times harder. So if you do a terrorist, we're going to destroy your entire family's house so that everyone understands what happens if you do a terrorism. Blah, 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 blah. That's the Israel. Yeah, they're just like, they just think, they just think the problem with Palestinians is they haven't been disciplined enough. It's fucking, yeah, basically. Prometheus Unbound. Hello? Hello? Is this person just not going to say anything? Like, I mean, it's just dead. Dead space. Mic issues if you've never used Discord before. You can DM me. If you click my name, you can send a message if you want. If you're struggling, I'm gonna fucking continue watching this video, okay? DM me and I'll put you back, okay?
هذول هاي يعني احنا لو بنموت وبقطعونا ما بنطلع من دورنا مش رح نطلع من دورنا يعني مش هيك بينزلوا بيضربوا امبارح يوم الخميس ولد عمره 16 سنه ماشي على الشارع اخوه فوق اخوه في كلبه ولا سوى شيء ولا عمل شيء ولا راجل بعدين انت بتقول لي حجر شو حجر بده يسوي بدبابه حجر شو بده يسوي بدبابه بعدين هدول
He's showing his camera now. What? I can see his camera's been turned on. What the fuck?
مجرمين يعني هذول بقول لك احنا الشعب الفلسطيني داعش طب انو داعش
They're accusing us of being ISIS,
يعني هم هالكيت عندهم فكره في رؤوسهم انه احنا كل الشعب الفلسطيني داعش طب احنا مش داعش يا عمي صحيح. احنا مسلمين صحيح. احنا بدنا نعيش صحيح. شو انت معك سلاح واحنا معنا حجر شو انا بدي ادافعك وتدافعني دار فيها 6 عيال وين راحوا شتتوا بالشوارع اطفال وحوامل الاحتلال هذا من 47 لل 46 وهم ضرب فينا ما بيعنونا حماس ولا بيعنوا فتح ولا بيعنوا سلطه ولا هذول يهود ارهابيين هذول بدهم يهجرونا بدهم يقتلونا بس احنا بنقول معانا الله ولا بنقدر نكون غير هيك احنا ثابتين في اراضينا احنا ثابتين هان احنا يعني غزه بتسوي وبتعمل عشان مين مش عشان الاقصى لمين ما هي الاقصى لكل الدول العربيه لكل المسلمين فاحنا مستهدفين احنا بس فلسطين مستهدفين بدهم يقتلونا بدهم
Alright, let's see. Any luck? Saw your camera went on. You're struggling, aren't you? God. Okay, we'll try again in a minute.
ذبحونا بدهم يخلونا نهج من هالبلاد لا يا عمي ما بنهج من البلاد.
وهنا في البيت في ماء في كهرباء يعني
الماء تيجي كم مرة؟
كيف عايشون؟
اسبوع بتيجي مره.
في اسبوع؟
في اسبوع.
لا
الكهرباء شغاله طول الاسبوع، بس المي بيجونا في اسبوع مره. في الدار هذه في 8 عيال، ابني هذا متجوز وهذاك
متجوز؟
انا واخوي.
مبروك يا حبيبي.
يعني هذول صاروا حياتهم يكونوا خايف، يعني بيطلع مش راح يرجع. هذه الدار فيها 14 ولد واربع بنات وثمان نسوان.
To own a land in here is very expensive, and to build a house is very expensive. So when they demolish a house like that for them, that's pretty much.
Did you build your house?
لا انا واخوي واولادي كنا مع بعض نشتغل وبنحط. ايوه هذا مسكين يعني هذا اولاده اللي بيشتغل مش له لحاله. يعني هذول اولاده اتشتتوا. طب مش حرام؟
صحيح.
هذا عدو بده يطلع، بس لو بموت وتشيل اسرائيل ما بنطلع من بلادنا. احنا عايشين هان لو بطخونا بطخوا اولادنا. يعني شايف ابني هذا لو بطخوه قدامي بيقولوا له اطلع من الدار بطلعش
ان شاء الله
بطلعش. وين اروح؟ يعني انتوا جايين تبليتوا علينا وجايين وبتقولوا بدنا سلام واحنا بدنا نعيش معاكم وبتقتلوا في الاطفال. حرام. يعني انت بتروح يا نتنياهو ولا دولة اسرائيل يعني تفتشوا انتوا قويين؟ ما في اقوى منكم رب العباد. انتوا طغيتوا بالارض مرتين، يعني في القران مش مني ومنك. الاطفال هذا شو ذنبه؟ هذا الولد شو بعرف شو الانتفاضه؟ هذا ولد مسكين بتقول له روح على الدكان بقول لك بخاف من اليهود، خوف تخوني. هيو ولد بتقول له روح على المدرسه هي على الشارع الرئيسي بتقول له روح على المدرسه بقول لك بخاف بخاف تخوني بعد الاحداث. يعني هذه المدرسه فيها 1500 طالب كلهم اطفال. بيت ايل بعيده عن المدرسه 100 متر. بيت ايل بعيد عن المدرسه 100 متر. بيجوا عليهم بخوفوهم، برموا عليهم غاز، برموا عليهم صوت، برموا عليهم. طب هذول اطفال.
يمكن نشوف كيف بيت هون في المحاين؟
داري؟ يعني هي هان عايش ابني وهان عايش اخوي. فوق عايش ابن اخوي.
يعني كل
العيله موجوده هان. يعني امي ابوي انا خالتي مرت اخوي ثنتين عنده اولاد، هو ببني هان وانا ببني هان. وهي الدار عندنا، يعني هي هان الدار عندنا شويه غنم بنعيش من وراهم.
واو.
بنسوي حليب.
واو.
وشو بنسوي؟ بدنا نعيش. هاي داري. هذه امي.
السلام عليكم.
بنتك يا شو؟ ختيار عمرها 76 سنه. وين بدها تروح؟ هاي قاعده هاي الدار، هاي المطبخ، هاي غرفتها، هاي دورنا. احنا هاي دورنا. هذا الولد بيجي عندي.
ولا حلو البيت.
الحمد لله. وين نروح؟
مش مبسوط. مش مبسوط.
انا ببقى خايف، بقول لك خايف. انا اولاد صغار بيبقى هاي المدرسه كبار بقول لي يابا في يهود بتخوني، لانه شايف مسكين ولد عمره 7 سنين بخاف وين بده يروح. هذول جيراننا نفس الموال. يعني اصبحت حياتنا زي جحيم. انت بتنام ما بتشوف الا اليهود فوق راسك، ما بتنام الا اليهود فوق راسك. طب انا بكيت قاعد هان وهم غادوا بصوت علي بده طخ.
وانت شو بدك شو حلمك يعني
شو حلمك؟
You want to try again? Oh, he's gone into the big VC.
في الحياه.
I guess they're gonna tell me if he's
مرتاح وهادي البال يعني.
Okay.
بعدين بيطبلش عليك على الباب وبخش بحط على الباب كومبلي بفجر.
Let me go bathroom. Hang on. Then we'll. Wow, thanks for the comments on my going away for like less than 60 seconds, you dickheads. All right, thanks. Hello.
Hello?
Hi.
Hey, is this Lorna Box?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, hey Lorna Box, how's it going?
Fine, how are you?
Yeah, anyway, so I wanted to talk to you.
Okay.
Hey, what's going on here? Hold up. All right, so I wanted to talk to you about your homeland, Lebanon, or like your ancestor land, whatever you want to call it.
Sure.
Yeah, so I've heard some rumors that saying you come from a line of phalangists, and that explains why the way you feel about the Palestinians.
Yeah, what do you think of those claims?
I don't know.
You find them
You tell me.
convincing? I'm asking if you find them convincing.
Okay, what is your thoughts about the phalangists in Lebanon?
No. First of all, I want to know if you find it convincing, that claim that I come from a family of phalangists.
What did you say?
I'm asking if you find that convincing, that rumor. Do you think it matches up with the way I view Palestinians?
No, because I know you're from Lebanon, and I know like there's certain
You keep cutting out. I think the Mossad caught him. Whoa. Your audio keeps cutting out. Are you okay?
No, okay, sorry. I was saying that there are people in Lebanon that I know that lament that Israel losing the war and Bashir Jamal and the Phalangists also losing the war. Had losing the war and Hezbollah winning the war. I don't want those people.
I think you're gonna need to fix your internet. Do you want to reset your internet because you keep on roboting? Okay. Better luck next week. I'll let him come back later. That would have been a good conversation, though.
بأمر ولا ما بتشوف اللي هو فوق راسك انت نايم ما بتشوف اللي هو فوق راسك بياخذوا ابنك قدامك بتكسروه قدامك وانت بتسوي ان حكيت بطخوك وبطخوا ابنك
حاطين على الارض
حاطين مسكين هجموا عليه
على الارض
وخبطين عليه قالوا انت ابوك داعش ويضربوا
هذا
فيه ابنه
طلع الاسلاك والكهرباء
شو اسمك؟
ليلى
ما شاء الله. That's the bulldozer that took down there.
Oh, yeah, I can see. Wow, this is today.
Yep.
Right over here.
This is the 16-year-old kid that he just left the school and he got shot in the heart.
اليوم في الشهويه معك شهويه مخذوه يعني اليوم اخذ واحد عمره 15 سنه
الله
15 سنه
They only issue your ID here when you're 16 years old. He was 15 and he told them I don't have an ID. They said no, come, and they took him. They didn't believe him. That's the house before it was demolished. This is the guy that was accused of being a terrorist.
Did he kill anyone?
هل قتل حدا؟
لا
He didn't kill nobody. بيقولوا حماس يعني.
هم بيدعوا انه حماس.
They're accusing him.
هو بيصلي
كله يعني ارهابي
بيمشي مع
يعني.
الناس اجتماعي يعني بيساعد الناس بيمشي مع الناس حدا بده مساعده بيساعده عاملينه زلمه محترم هو محترم فاليهود كلها كذا حماس واليوم قلت لك اياها احنا كلنا مستهدفين كل الشعب الفلسطيني مستهدف يعني انت بدك ترفع راسك بدك تتحرك بدك تضلك محشور ممنوع تحكي يعني سجن انت عايش في سجن
واحنا كنا في السجن من قبل يعني مو السجن بس هسه السجن
يعني ابني يعني هذا ابني بقول له الساعه 8 تبقى بالدار انا خايف عليه
يعني المحاين سجن
احنا في سجن
ولا سجن بس احسن من غزه
طبعا احنا يعني اليهود صاروا متوغلين يعني بكون شيء زمان يعني انا حضرت انتفاضتين وهي الانتفاضه الثالثه ما بكوا هيك بكوا يضربوا غاز بكوا يعتقلوا الواحد ويخلوا للام الخفيش معزز مقرب اليوم لا بقتلوا قدام امه
شكرا على القهوه سلام
ان شاء الله مستقبل يعني ان شاء الله
تحياتي سعيدة حياكم الله الله يقويكم فرصة سعيدة الله معك
باي شباب باي مرحبا يا شباب
مرحبا شباب
My name Jorge Luis Borges.
ايش؟
Borges.
هو من
أنا من أرجنتين بوينوس آيرس.
ميسي.
ميسي حبيبي.
أنا بحب ميسي.
I will tell him.
I have no idea how you have guts to enter a refugee camp. That a house was demolished today. 3 people were killed last week, and you go into the camp and you enter a house of a neighborhood whose house got demolished. And I am an Arab, Palestinian, Muslim, and afraid to come in here.
Thanks for letting me take you.
For real, this is the first time I enter a house in a refugee camp ever in my life.
The night after the refugee camp, I went to Hizma, Area C, to wait for Amal, who was on her way in a taxi from Tel Aviv. Our intentions were to spend the night in Ramallah and then in the morning go to a Palestinian orphanage and end the film with a fundraiser for them. It was a long way, so in the meantime, my friend Saud and I were hosted by some local Palestinians who gave us coffee and some good conversation. So when the taxi arrived in Hizma, we were stopped by the police.
Yeah, I waited for a couple of minutes there and they saw that we were parked and waiting. And understandably, they have approached me and started questioning me. They asked me where I was going.
Oh, that guy just completely disappeared. I didn't. He's still in the he's still in the server, but he's not. Oh.
So I said Ramallah. They asked me for my ID. Understandably, it was surprising for them that I would think about going to Ramallah in this wartime.
And you said to them that I'm in Ramallah.
Yes.
Now, we made a big mistake. There was some miscommunication. She wasn't supposed to tell them that I'm in Ramallah.
Yeah, by miscommunication, he means that he hasn't told me that I'm not supposed to stay.
Yeah.
I didn't think about it too much. It was a stressful situation. So they asked me what I was doing there. I told them I'm waiting for a friend to pick me up.
And then to go to Ramallah.
Yeah, and they asked me, who's your friend? And I said, Ido.
And Ido is a Jewish name.
Yeah, so they were very shocked. And at that moment, I have regretted all my decisions so far. Then Ido shows up, and what happened then?
Well, when I showed up, they started interrogating me. It was a short and aggressive interrogation. I said I was just visiting some friends in Hizma in Area C.
I'll just finish this. It's like 2 minutes left, and then I'll
even
bring
during
in someone
war,
else.
according to Israeli law.
Yeah, and then I retracted my sayings about Ramallah.
And
And
then
they kind of accepted it.
And they also said that we are not matching our stories. That's what they said to me. Like,
Yeah.
this guy's saying one thing, she's saying the other thing. But eventually I managed to convince them. I told them, no, I'm just in Hizma. And I also told them that I'm half Arab. Now, that was implying that I'm half Palestinian, but I'm not, obviously. But it still has some truth to it because my dad's parents are from Baghdad, Iraq. Arab Jews from Baghdad, Iraq.
They have actually took me aside to question me and to make sure that I'm safe, that like nobody's taking me against my will. And I explained that to them. And then at that moment, I told them that, okay, I'm not doing that anymore. I'm going back to Yafo and that I'm taking you with me. And that is how they actually let us go.
Yeah, and also by the fact that me being an Arab, I'm allowed to be in Ramallah. That's how I got away with it. They took a look at my Israeli ID, and you can't tell by the Israeli ID if I'm actually half Palestinian or not. So that was the way that I lied my way out of it. And then we were back on our way to Tel Aviv, Yafo.
Yeah, I believe that if I hadn't said that we were going back to Yafo, they wouldn't have left you alone.
So the following day, we were supposed to go to the orphanage, meet the kids, talk to the director of the orphanage, but all of that was cancelled when they found out that I'm a Jew. I wanted to donate the money that I made since the 7th of October for a good cause, for obvious reasons, so I ended up sending it to a soup kitchen in Colombia. If you want to help them out, there's going to be a link in the description to the video that I filmed there 2 years ago in Santo Domingo, Medellin, Colombia. Now that I'm making decent money, I'm going to do a lot of fundraisers and these kind of projects, but if you want to support me specifically and my independent journalism, then go to my Patreon, patreon.com/Saluki, where you get exclusive content, you have a podcast.
Okay, well, nice one. Good channel. Interesting. I'll link it for you guys. Interesting video. Guy's a bit wacky, but why not? All right. Only 50k subs. Damn. You'll probably do all right. Police stay on steroids. Yeah, it gets a bit quirky in there. Video of Hamas sniper rifle manufacturing. What's this? Jesus. Okay, yeah, no, I said this. They make weapons in Gaza. Okay, whatever, yeah. Fixing audio. Okay. I don't want to watch that on Twitch. Hello, Piano Man.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Yourself?
Yeah, fine.
So I was just wondering how you like streamed this into the Discord. Is it set up directly through the? Because I know I was having some connection problems last time, but I never have any connection problems when I'm just talking on Discord. Just only when like it's on stream.
You're wondering how I stream into Discord, like share screen?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Are you on your computer?
Yeah,
Or phone? Okay, do you see at the bottom
on
next to...
computer.
Do you see at the bottom next to where there's a camera option? Or
Yeah.
see the next one to the right says share your screen? The little picture with the screen with the arrow in it?
Yeah.
Yeah, just click that.
Okay. No, I'm not. I'm wondering like what you're doing to like get my voice onto stream, because I know that there was some connection issues last time.
Your voice onto stream?
Yeah.
It's just desktop audio. So my OBS just has desktop audio.
Oh, okay.
And then Discord's going through that. Yeah.
All right. I guess if I had to talk about anything, like the title of this video, Colorado dumps Trump from the ballot. That seems kind of insane because Colorado is like one of the key states that Trump needs to win, right? I mean, he's leading in all of the swing states for the presidency. But do you think like a move like this signifies that he could just be completely ousted from, the presidency? Because I think if he's like ousted from Colorado, isn't he like almost guaranteed not to win?
He kind of, yeah. It's going to depend on and I suppose the Supreme Court ruling is going to dictate whether other states can do it as well.
Yeah. And yeah, this is the primary. You think they should have just like waited until the general, where like fuck the Supreme Court ruling, who cares? It'll be stalled or what? Or do you think this is?
It's probably, if you're going to do a big move like that, you kind of need to go through every part of the process. Be pretty weird if they just did it like without letting the Supreme Court rule on it, because yeah, it's just, I think at the end of the day, the institutions have to be respected,
Yeah, I mean, whatever respect for our institutions is left should be I don't know. I mean, most things in the US government aren't really based off of they're based off precedent. They're not based off like hard law. So it's not like it would be impossible. It'd just be a bad precedent to set.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway,
Well,
I think that guy has fixed his mic, so we're gonna go for round 2.
Okay.
All right.
I'll drop out then.
Cool. Take care, man. Bye bye.
You too.
How about now? You better now?
Hello.
Yeah, that seems
Yeah.
slightly better.
Yeah. Can you hear me too?
Yeah, you're probably going to start roboting again. I can already feel it, but we'll try. You wanted to know my opinion on phalangists.
Okay. So, wanted to ask you that there's many people in Lebanon that feels that that lament that Hezbollah winning the war against Israel, and the SLA and General Hummus and Bashir Jamal, the phalangists losing the war with Israel against Iran and Hezbollah. Are you one of those guys?
Do I lament that?
Hello?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
And now that it's winter. All right, y'all, welcome to the show. So I'm all...
Are you talking?
Sorry. I couldn't hear you, so I was just trying to like hear you.
Oh, I feel like there's a TV on in the background. I feel like there's a TV on in the background.
Yeah, that was the internet. But anyway, so I didn't hear the answer. What did you say?
You're asking me if I'm one of those people who laments that the phalangists lost to Hezbollah. Is that what you're saying?
The internet. But anyway, so what did you say?
You're asking me if I'm one of those people who lament. Oh, you're watching the stream.
The Yes.
You need to mute the stream so you can just hear me on
that's
Discord.
what I'm asking, yeah.
Oh, you're watching the stream.
Yeah, because I can't hear you. I don't know what's going on. I can't hear you on the.
Oh, okay. There's no way we can have this
Yeah,
conversation.
but I can't hear you right now, though. That's the problem, though.
Okay.
What's going on?
Yeah, I don't think we can do this with a 15-second delay.
Yeah, the problem is you can hear me, but I can't hear you, though. What's going on? Shit. Anyway, it was good talking to you. But anyway, like, I guess we'll try next week. Yeah, bye.
Bro. I was trying to understand his question because he was talking about like Jamail and the Phalangists losing the war to Hezbollah or something. But like, as far as I know, Jamail died before Hezbollah were formed. I don't know what the fuck he was talking about there. I think he just named every single faction or group or leader that was involved in at some point in Lebanon, just threw them all together. Like, what the fuck? Okay. Interesting. Oh. If you guys want to know my answer, I don't really like the Phalangists or Hezbollah, but okay. I actually think they're both really bad. But that guy just threw in the fucking the Lebanese kitchen sink. What the fuck was that question? But what about the Falklands? I will always stand by the Falklands. Our Bonger brothers. And the Penguins. No, I'm not going to watch Jonathan Cook today. Sorry. I already did a video on the apartheid thing. I was like, yeah. Ooh. Okay. What is this? Damn. Is Marianne Williamson going to dominate the Democrat primaries? Oh shit, as I was saying. 75% to 13. Whoa. No, I'm not one of those people, Prometheus. Jesus. I don't like Phalangists or Hezbollah, which is, it should really, yeah. You'd be surprised to know that I don't like wacky fucking Christian militias who massacre Palestinians. And I also don't like Hezbollah, like the Iranian fucking mad proxy army. Yeah, I don't like either of them. Any other obvious questions? My opinions on Putin, Stalin, Hitler. That Australian government that wants to push back refugee boats. Yeah, yeah. I like it. What's your opinion? I like it how people keep on putting Yemeni flags and saying how they support Yemen when they're referring to the Houthis in the sea. It's like, I'm pretty sure like the Houthis have been fighting against the Yemen government for like a decade. But okay. Thoughts on Yashar Ali? He's a Twitter user, right? I don't know that much about him. Do the Houthis, well, actually, yeah, do the Houthis actually ever wave the Yemeni flag? Do they do that? Or are they like... I've always wondered about that. Because I know that, yeah, they've got their own flag, but people who support the Houthis, will they go to events and wave the Yemen flag? I guess they do, yeah. So you have to thank the Hez for freeing your country. I mean, they did get the Israeli occupation out. You know, that was cool. All good with that. I guess I don't like it that they continued to fire pot shots into Israel and kidnap Israeli soldiers so that Israel would retaliate and fucking hit Lebanon again. I didn't really appreciate them doing that. It's kind of stupid. I don't really know what Lebanese people gain from that. And I don't know. I guess there was a big gap in the welfare and the well-being of Lebanese Shia Muslims. I think that was probably addressed by Hezbollah at some point. I don't know if they still care about that, but I don't know. Okay. I am going to fuck off because I need to do. Were you raised Christian? I barely. Not really. Went to church a few times. I think I was baptized, but I was very young. All right. Yeah, fuck it. I need to call it today because I've got quite a bit to do tomorrow. Just hit 500-pound deadlift. Yeah, one day, don't worry. Okay, guys. Listen, thanks for the stream. I will see you guys tomorrow, probably daytime. Okay. Nice one. Bye.